Mr. Speaker.
Introduction by members. Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise with some sadness to report the passing of Chris Morrissey, who in Vancouver and indeed across Canada is well known for leading the fight for LGBTQ human rights, and in particular for people who are immigrants, refugees. Chris became well known in 1992 when she worked to bring her partner over from Ireland and was denied by the Canadian system because they did not recognize that she was married to her partner and just treated her like somebody not related at all. She took the Canadian government to court and indeed under sexual orientation and human rights protections won so that LGBTQ couples could immigrate and could come together and reunite in this great country of Canada. She continued her work with Rainbow Refugee and Legit, and worked with seniors as well to ensure that their rights were heard, that their voices and identities, orientations, who they love, were all embraced and celebrated. Chris was a hero. Chris was a trailblazer. She has changed the world immeasurably for the better, and I'm just so honored to have known her and to know so many people who have come to our great land because of her advocacy for equality, against hatred and discrimination. And so I just will pass on our house's collective condolences to those who love her, those who knew her, and those who were forever changed because of her incredible humanity. She was a caring person, and she made us better. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading debate Bill 5. In the Douglas Forum, Section A, I call continued committee stage debate on Bill 7.
We'll have member for West Kelowna Peachland continuing the debate here and committee here in the other room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue from where I left off, not just in support of Bill 5, the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act, but to build on the discussion already started in this House, because this bill deserves more than a moment of debate. It deserves our full attention, our full effort, and our commitment to deliver real, lasting relief to British Columbians. What I want to talk about today is urgency, the urgency of now, because what we're dealing with isn't a budgetary theory or an abstract economic shift. It's real people, real pressure, and a real crisis in affordability that's only getting worse with each passing month. Madam Speaker, what happens in this chamber must connect to what's happening at the kitchen tables across British Columbia, where parents are budgeting down to the penny. Seniors are reading grocery flyers like survival manuals, and too many young people are wondering whether they're ever able to afford life in their own province. This amendment, while modest in its design, meets the moment in ways the current government has failed to. Let's remind ourselves what Bill 5 actually does. It increases the basic personal amount, allowing every British Columbian to keep an extra $500 of their own money every year. That's $1,000 for 2 working adults in a household, year after year. It's automatic, it's universal, it's fair. This isn't another rebate people have to apply for. It doesn't come with small print or bureaucratic delay. It's there in every paycheck. It's permanent structural relief, not temporary political theater. Speaker, I was speaking with a cafe owner who told me their food costs have risen 30% over the last 2 years. That same cafe, which used to donate leftover pastries to a local food program, now can't even afford to keep their shelves full. That's the story of affordability in BC today. Businesses cutting back, families cutting meals, and governments cutting promises. This Premier campaigned on a $1,000 annual grocery rebate. It was bold, it was welcome, and it gave people hope. But then, like far too many promises made before an election, it vanished. No rebates, no follow-through, just more excuses. This amendment is not just a policy amendment, it is a restoration of trust. Because if we expect British Columbians to believe in our democratic system, to keep participating in good faith, then we must show them that their votes and the promises they vote on actually matter. I heard from a young couple in Kelowna, both working full-time, both contributing to their community. They told me that they're now financing groceries on their credit card because after rent, after daycare, after insurance, there's nothing left. They didn't ask for a handout. They just asked, where's the help we were promised? Madam Speaker, that's a question this House must answer. The Premier has said, under our plan, families will get more support and you'll get it right away. If that statement was made in good faith, then this bill should have unanimous support, because this amendment does exactly that. Support delivered right away, without delay, and without discrimination. What I also want to highlight today, Madam Speaker, is that this amendment is not partisan by nature. It's practical. It's a tax measure, yes, but more importantly, it's a cost of living measure. It says to every British Columbian, whether you're in Kitimat or Kelowna, whether you're a nurse, a truck driver, a student, or a senior, we see you, we hear you, and we're giving you some of your own money back because you need it more than the government does right now. I want to acknowledge the multiplier effect of this policy. A family that saves $1,000 in taxes this year doesn't just survive the month, they spend more locally. They might support their neighborhood grocer instead of a big box chain. They might keep their kid in sports. They might be able to fill up their gas tank and attend a family gathering they otherwise would have skipped. This isn't just relief, it's economic stimulus. At a time when local economies across BC are under strain, this amendment helps them breathe. Madam Speaker, we often hear that good policy is about values and action. So let me ask, what values does it show when a government makes a promise to working families and fails to deliver it? What message does that send to a single mom in Burnaby working overtime to make ends meet, while the help she was promised never comes? And what does it say to our young people, our next generation, who are watching this government say one thing and do another? This amendment answers these questions with action, not slogans. Now, I know there will be those who try to spin this as unaffordable or as an irresponsible tax relief. But let's be honest, British Columbians are already paying for the cost of inaction. They're paying in rising food prices. They're paying in unaffordable housing. They're paying in lost time, lost health, and lost hope. And let's not forget, this money belongs to the people. This isn't a gift from government. This is about reducing what the government takes from those who earn it. It's about respecting taxpayers and delivering a fairer system, especially for the middle class and working poor. So today, Madam Speaker, I urge every member in this House to look beyond the political lines. Look at the grocery stores in your ridings. Look at the food bank usage. Look at the moms and dads checking their bank balance in the checkout line. Those are the people we work for. And they're not asking for miracles. They're asking for relief that was promised and relief that is needed right now. Madam Speaker, before I close, I want to share something personal. Before entering political life, I spent years serving British Columbians as an officer with the RCMP. That experience shaped my values, service, accountability, and justice. I've seen up close how poverty, stress, and instability can harm not just families, but entire communities. When people are financially secure, crime drops, substance use declines, domestic tensions ease, people thrive. That is why I support this amendment, because it's more than a tax change, it's a social safety net for our most vulnerable. It will make our incredible province of British Columbia safer, stronger, and fairer for everyone. And I ask my colleagues in this chamber to consider not just the budget line, but the human impact. I hope everyone in this House will support this important amendment because public safety begins with economic stability. Provincial history will remember this moment. People will remember what we did when British Columbians cried out for relief. Let us make sure that people remember that we answered the call for assistance, not with government's usual stage press conferences and broken promises, but with immediate action, with strong policy, and with the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act. I stand proudly in support of the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act, and I urge every member of this House, regardless of party, to do the same. British Columbians deserve relief. Now let's deliver it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Surrey Panorama.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, fellow British Columbians listening today, I rise today not just to speak about an amendment, but to speak for those whose voices too often go unheard in this chamber. Families feeling the squeeze of inflation, seniors living on fixed incomes, and working people stretched thinner and thinner by rising costs. This speech is for the people of British Columbia who ask for no special treatment, only fairness, and a fighting chance to build a life of dignity and opportunity. We've all seen the statistics, but more importantly, we've heard the stories. The grocery bills that used to be $150 are now closer to $250. Gas, rent, utilities, all up. And wages, far too often stagnant. Every member in this House has heard it. The question is, will we do something about it? I stand before you today to champion the Income Tax Act, or the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act. An amendment that will deliver real, immediate, and lasting relief to every British Columbian grappling with the high cost of living. This is more than legislation. It's a commitment to families, workers, and seniors who are working hard to get by. It's a bold step to ensure no one in our province is left behind. At its core, this amendment saves every British Columbian who files taxes $500 a year by increasing the basic personal amount on their provincial income taxes. For a two-income household, that's $1,000 a year, every year. That's $1,000 more to cover groceries, pay rent, or keep the lights on. That's $1,000 to help families end the day just a little further ahead. Let's talk about what this means in real life. It was yesterday, one of my colleagues was talking about what you could do with $1,000. One of those things was buy a new pair of running shoes. I have myself been holding off buying a new pair of trainers myself, something many might take for granted. I need those shoes, not for fashion, but for function. As I've been milking for sympathy, I am recovering from some health issues, and a solid pair of shoes make that easier. That's what this amendment does. It gives others with health issues and countless others the financial breathing room to live healthier, better lives. Speaking of health, if we're truly serious about helping British Columbians get ahead, then we also must consider what's not in the budget, why we aren't adding a fitness tax credit to promote healthier living. And I know that's not on the amendment, but I will put that forward now. But it is another amendment we could be debating, one that puts up prevention before cure and recognizes that affordability and wellness go hand in hand. Instead, what do we get from the government? More delays, more bureaucracy. Our plan, the one the Premier mocked as the long wait, was a thoughtful approach by those who, called a thoughtful approach by those who actually read it. But the Premier's $1,000 grocery rebate, it turned into the Premier's no-show rebate, promised with a smile, but never delivered. And why does this government insist on over-collecting from British Columbians, only to turn around and spending money mailing out ICBC rebates and designing elaborate programs with strings attached? It would not be for me to say this is being done for optics, but Madam Speaker, the people see it for what it is. Instead of choosing simplicity, like raising the basic personal amount and cutting out the overhead, this government clings to flashy announcements and complex giveaways. This isn't a handout for billionaires, like the Premier's massive EV rebates, which until recently still included high-end luxury brands like Tesla. Now the Premier vilifies the very vehicles his own policy promoted. And why? So much for deeply held environmental beliefs. This amendment offers something better. Real practical help for everyone. Not just the affluent who can afford electric vehicles, but for the families trying to put food on the table and keep a roof over their heads. It gives people a choice, not just about what car to drive, but whether they can buy groceries, afford shoes, or pay rent. That's the choice this amendment empowers. That's the dignity it restores. And if I may, this approach also follows the wisdom of John Maynard Keynes, who taught us that during times of economic strain, it's not only the government's right, but its responsibility to step in and stimulate the economy. Keens understood that empowering individuals to spend, to participate fully in economic life, was the fastest path to recovery. This amendment channels that same spirit. Not just relief, but recovery. Not just tax reform, but stimulus with a purpose. And I will note that the party opposite has always liked to follow the Keynes model. While sometimes I have not in the past, I am pointing out that this is something that we should be looking at. Those are not just numbers on a page, though. That's the difference between despair and breathing room. That's a family being able to afford fresh produce instead of packaged food. That's a senior no longer needing to ration medication. That's a single parent no longer having to choose between a child's field trip and next month's phone bill. We all know the pressures British Columbians face. The cost of living is climbing, and for far too many, stability out of reach. I've heard from constituents who are just $200 away from paying their bills, $200 away from peace of mind. This amendment is for them, the single parent, choosing between groceries and utilities, the senior stretching a fixed income, the young couple saving for a future that feels uncertain. This amendment says, we see you, we hear you, and we're acting now. Let's be clear. This is not about partisan political games. It's about principle. We were elected to serve, not to shrug. We were elected to respond to the realities British Columbians face. Not just to speak to them, but to act. Let's talk about why this amendment is urgent. Last year, the NDP promised a $1,000 annual grocery rebate to help families afford food. It was a promise that gave hope. It was an election promise. But after the election, it was abandoned, leaving people waiting for support they were counting on. That's not acceptable. British Columbians deserve leaders who keep their word, who deliver relief when it's needed most. And we cannot let this become the new normal, where promises are made during campaigns and conveniently forgotten after ballots are cast. When the government promises $1,000 to struggling families, then fails to deliver it, that's not just political disappointment, that's personal betrayal for those counting on that money, for those that voted for that money. The Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act fixes that broken promise. It revives the promised grocery rebate, not as a one-time check, but as a permanent tax cut that puts $500 back into the pockets of every tax-filing British Columbian, and $1,000 for two-income households year after year after year. This isn't temporary relief. It's a lasting guarantee you can count on with every tax return. This is real help, in real time, for real people. And because it's structured as a change to the basic personal amount, it's built into the very foundation of how we calculate taxes in British Columbia. That means no more waiting, no more wondering if you'll qualify, no more red tape. Just simple, immediate relief. That relief without the show of collecting the money, paying somebody to distribute it back, and mailing those checks out. So why a tax cut? Because tax cuts empower people. and we believe in the empowerment of the people of British Columbia. Oh. Madam Speaker, may I actually seek leave to do an introduction? I see you've,
Member, yeah, you can just continue. You have the floor.
Okay,
Continue.
perfect. Okay. So I would like to welcome two of the staff members at the legislature here. Bellis Grace, whose maiden name is Avagian. Give me the thumbs up. She's arrived in Canada in 2007. And Marina Burun-Suzian, arriving in Canada in 2009, both Armenian. They're having a bit of a difficult day with the remembrance of the Armenian genocide. And we like to just have them here and remember that we all in this House, no matter what political party, whether working as an MLA or anybody else, we support you fully in what you're doing today, and you're in our hearts, because Armenians face an existential threat today in Armenia and throughout the world. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. All right, I'm going to start right here again on my speech. It revives the promised grocery rebate, not as a one-time check, but as a permanent cut that puts $500 back in the pockets of every tax-filing British Columbian and $1,000 for two-income households year after year. It isn't temporary relief, it's a lasting guarantee you can count on with every tax return. This is real help, in real time, for real people. And because it's structured as a change to the personal amount, it's built into the very foundation of how we collect taxes in British Columbia. That means no more waiting, no more wondering if you'll qualify, no more red tape. Just simple, immediate relief. So why a tax cut? Because tax cuts empower people. They let you decide how to use your money, whether for groceries, childcare, or paying down debt. Unlike the complex rebate programs, a tax cut is simple, immediate, and fair. By increasing the basic personal amount, we ensure every British Columbian benefits, especially low and middle income tax earner, without bureaucratic delays or eligibility hurdles. Let's call it what it is, a fair and effective way to get help into the hands of people who need it most. No fancy programs, no convoluted eligibility rules, just common sense. Every dollar British Columbians save on taxes is a dollar they can reinvest in their lives, their family, and their communities. This amendment is about supporting the heart of the province, everyday people who just want a fair shot at getting ahead. It's for the nurse working overtime, the teacher raising a family, the retiree pinching pennies. It's relief for those struggling with high grocery costs. Delivered right away, not 18 months from now. It's help you can feel in your bank account today. And make no mistake, the need is urgent. You don't need to read an economist's report to understand the pain in our province. You just need to talk to your neighbor, or the cashier at your local grocery store, or the parents lining up outside of food banks. This amendment speaks to their neglected realities. Now let's address some potential concerns. Some may incorrectly claim this tax cut favors the wealthy. Let me be clear. This is a tax cut for everyone who files taxes in BC. The basic personal amount benefits low and middle income earners most proportionately. This isn't about a handout to billionaires. It's a lifeline for ordinary people, the backbone of our community. This isn't theory, it's math. Because of how our tax system is structured, the increase to the basic personal amount provides the greatest relative benefit to those earning the least. It gives everyone a break, but it gives those who need it the most the biggest leg up. Others might argue we can't afford this tax cut. To that, I say, we can't afford inaction. When families can't buy groceries, when small businesses struggle because customers can't spend, Doing nothing is not an option. This tax cut is an investment in British Columbians. By putting $500 back into every taxpayer's pocket, we're boosting our economy, supporting local shops, and helping families stay afloat. That's smart policy, and that's the right thing to do. This is not a cost, this is a correction. A necessary correction to the status quo that has seen governments overcollect while under-delivering. If there is a surplus in the Treasury, it belongs not to politicians, but to the people who earned it. And if there is no surplus, then the government should look inward at its waste, its mismanagement, its priorities, before it asks British Columbians to sacrifice more. This relief is permanent, not tied to political cycles. It's a commitment that says, we're here to help you today, tomorrow, and every year after. It's $500 for individuals, $1,000 for two-income households. Every year, starting now. That's a promise of support you can rely on. It's about building confidence, stability, a signal that says, you can plan your budget because we're planning with you in mind. That's how we rebuild trust in this institution in public service. I point out that as well, we had a vote and supported the $1,000 rebate just yesterday. I urge my colleagues to think of the people we serve. I think of the families in your ridings making tough choices, fresh produce or the hydro bill, school supplies or car repairs. Think of the seniors who worked their whole lives, now facing rising costs. Think of the young people wondering if they'll ever get ahead. This amendment is for them. It's our chance to show we're on their side, fighting for their futures. Because at the end of the day, our job is not to pass the time, it's to pass the legislation that makes life better for everyone. Let this amendment be a symbol that we still remember that responsibility. That this legislature still knows how to deliver. And I believe yesterday we showed we know how to deliver. We had a near unanimous vote, both sides of the House, that we should deliver this relief. The Premier has said people need relief now to get ahead. I agree. This amendment delivers that relief. Fairly, sustainably, and immediately. I hope every member of this House will support the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act and send a message to British Columbians. We hear you. We value you. We're acting to make your lives better. The time for study is over. The time for excuses is past. The time for action, real action, is now. Let's not make people wait. Let's pass this important amendment and deliver the tax relief British Columbians deserve. $500 for every taxpayer. $1,000 for every two-income household. Every year. Let's keep our promise and build a stronger, fairer British Columbia together. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I look forward to this House's support.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member from Langley Walnut Grove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an important day in this legislature. In fact, every day here is important. Because what we do here, although sometimes done with theatrics, affects the very lives of those we have been chosen to serve. We must never take this job for granted. Every decision we make is important, and sometimes we must choose the right decision, the tough decision, not the easy one. Madam Speaker, I believe in accountability, and that's why yesterday afternoon I stood up and withdrew a comment I made in these chambers. But I believe all of us should be made accountable to the words we say, including the Premier. September 29th, 2024, the Premier said, and I quote, "People need help now so they can get ahead. John Rustad would make ordinary people wait 18 months to receive any support."
Member, just a reminder, no names, even if it's in a quote.
Oh, even in a quote?
Yeah.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sitting members in the House.
All right. That's if you believe him at all. Our tax cut for the middle income class supports people now who are struggling with high costs of groceries. End quote. The next day he said, $1,000 tax cut the year after that, the year after that, and the year after that. End quote. But the big winner statement was on October 9th, 2024, and I quote, "I'm on the side of everyday people and families who just want to end the day a little further ahead than when they started." End quote. Late last night, I spoke to Bill 5. A big part of my speech was highlighting how Bill 5 didn't affect the everyday people the Premier said he's on the side of. There's no relief for the farmer, no relief for the small business owner, no relief for the educator, no relief for the truck driver, no relief for the construction trades worker. There's no small business tax credits. There's no fuel tax relief for farmers and truckers. There's no tax relief for independent tradespeople. There's no tax credits for out-of-pocket education expenses for teachers. And most importantly, there's no home retrofit or mobility equipment credits for seniors. Madam Speaker, this amendment is the missing piece to Bill 5. Relief to everyday British Columbians that the Premier promised. We must be accountable to the promises we make, and I am happy to support this amendment. The grocery rebate achieved through reduced income taxes makes it permanent. This reduction to income taxes will save British Columbians $500. That's $1,000 per two-income households people were promised in the fall. And that's so important to people who are $200 away from not paying their bills. So let's talk about what an extra $1,000 a year can provide British Columbian families. To the low-income family, that is soccer registration and gear for 2 kids, soccer cleats, jerseys, extra practices. For a single mom, that's school supplies, a new jacket, and the coveted character backpack and lunchbox their kid has been begging them for just to feel like they fit in. For the seniors, it's a new adaptable shower handle or an elevated toilet seat installed in their home so that they can age in place. I have been a single mom for 10 years, and it's only been in the last 2 years that I have felt like I was finally catching up. I know what it's like to accept handouts and help. I have received anonymous gift cards in the past, dropped off at my door to put gas in my car. $500 to a single mom is life-changing. It's about not saying no to your kids for basic things that they deal with every day. It's saying yes to field trips. It's saying yes to going to Playland. It's an away weekend for a volleyball tournament in another province. $500 or $1,000 in this house may not be life-changing for those of us in this chamber, but for the struggling young adult just launching into life, it's a lump sum payment on their student loans. It's a lump sum towards their first month's rent for those still living with their parents, like my kids are. For the family's car, it's new brakes or new tires. The repair items that get pushed as long as they can go because money set aside for regular maintenance is just not an option for some. It's an overnight trip to Vancouver Island for a family of 4 from the Lower Mainland using the ferry, dining out in a local restaurant, and staying in a hotel. Because we should be tourists in our own province. $500 to $1,000 is tangible. It offers relief to some British Columbians, it offers hope to some British Columbians, and it offers opportunity to some British Columbians. Like a single parent who digs deep into their pockets to provide for their families, this government needs to somehow dig deeper into our spending and offer relief to British Columbians that they so desperately need and were promised. We need British Columbians to trust government, and this is accomplished by following through on the things we say. When people place an X on their ballot based on the things they were promised, it's with an expectation that their lives will be changed by how they voted. We owe it to British Columbians that everyone benefits with tax credits, not just select sectors. I am supporting this amendment. Why? Because I support British Columbians. I support the farmer. I support the small business owner. I support the tradesperson. I support the senior. I support the educator. I support my fellow single mothers, single fathers, grandparents who are raising their grandkids. I support my low-income constituents. I support everyone who voted for the NDP with the expectation that they would get what they were told. This side of the House supports British Columbians, and this amendment is proof to that. And I hope that we can all come together to recognize in honoring and being held accountable to the things that we say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Maple Ridge East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in this House representing the constituency of Maple Ridge East, not just to speak, but also to take real, tangible actions on behalf of British Columbians who are struggling to keep up. Across this entire province of BC, I hear the same message repeatedly from families, from seniors, from single parents, and from hard-working workers, and that is that the weight of the high cost of living is crushing them. Grocery bills are skyrocketing, wages aren't keeping up, savings are shrinking, and where is the government all this time? Almost nowhere to be seen. That's why I'm proud to rise in this chamber today in support of an important and practical amendment, the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act. If passed, and I hope you will, Madam Speaker, this amendment would allow every British Columbian to claim $500 per year through a refundable provincial income tax relief. That's $1,000 back for a two-income household every year. It's direct, it's simple, it's targeted relief at exactly the time when people need it most. And let's make one thing very clear, and that is that this is not a handout. This is a response to a broken promise, a promise made by the Premier last year to the people of BC, and then walked back without any explanation, without any apology, and without justification. Last fall, this government pledged to provide all British Columbians with a $1,000 grocery rebate. That commitment was made publicly. It was accounted for in the provincial budget. It was celebrated by the Premier and his caucus. And then, just like that, it vanished into thin air. Not because the province ran out of money, not because of any legitimate fiscal restraint, but because of some vague reference to US trade pressure. Madam Speaker, the rebate was announced long before any tariff threats came into play. Blaming external factors for a broken internal promise is not just misleading, it's insulting to those very people counting on that tax relief. We're not going to let that slide away easily. That's why we have urgently brought forward this amendment. Because if this government won't stand behind its word, then this Conservative Party of BC will. This amendment isn't complicated at all. It is not built on bureaucracy. It's designed to give hardworking British Columbians a fair break. And it's built on one principle, and that is British Columbians deserve better than empty promises. They deserve real support today, not tomorrow or next year, while grocery prices are set at historic highs, while many families are stretching every dollar they have, and while seniors are choosing between prescriptions and produce. They deserve a government that puts them first, not special interest groups, not politically connected industries, not real people, but real people trying to get ahead in their daily living. So let's talk about who this amendment is meant for. Well, it's for the mom in Maple Ridge who spends hours daily calculating what she can and cannot afford in the produce aisles. It's for the grandparents in Mission who save their whole lives only to see their pensions swallowed by all kinds of inflation. It is for the welder in Fort St. John, the teacher in Prince George, the waitress in Victoria, and the retiree in Campbell River. These are not statistics, Madam Speaker. They are real people, and they are asking for one simple thing, a tax relief. And this amendment gives them that. Let's not pretend the government can't afford it. They have shown no hesitation in handing out tens of millions in targeted tax breaks to the digital media sector, many of whom reside in downtown Vancouver flashy office towers, while families in 100 Mile House, in Williams Lake, in Kitimat, in Terrace, are cutting meals to keep the lights on. Meanwhile, the government's broader financial direction is something to worry about. Deficits are ballooning year after year. That is accelerating. And by 2028, this province will be paying more than $2 million per hour just in interest payments alone. This is not sustainable at all, Madam Speaker. And yet, in the face of this financial storm, this government chooses to do almost nothing for the ordinary British Columbian, not even delivery on the one bit of relief they committed to last year. But we, the Conservative Party of BC, are offering them a second chance, an opportunity to make it right, to do what they should have done months ago or even years ago. This amendment is more than fiscal policy. It's a statement of values. It tells British Columbians, we have got your back covered. When government overpromises and underdelivers, we won't look the other way. We will step up, we will hold them accountable, and we will propose common sense solutions that actually make a difference. British Columbians have lost trust, not because they are cynical, but because this government keeps proving that trust is misplaced. Whether it's healthcare, public safety, education, housing, or affordability, this government has let down the people again and again. Well, Madam Speaker, this is where it should stop. This is where the Conservative Party of BC comes in and draws a line in the sand. We are not here for symbolic gestures. We are here to get things done right for the people who sent us here. And we will fight every day for policies that make sense and their lives easier, more affordable, and more hopeful. If this government wouldn't fix their broken promises, we, the Conservative Party of BC, will. If they won't deliver on their commitment, we will. And if they can't hear the cries for help from families in this province, we will be their voice loud and clear. Madam Speaker, this amendment is the first of many common sense policies we will bring forward because British Columbians deserve a government that doesn't just say the right things, but does the right things. I therefore encourage all members of this House, whether Conservative, NDP, Green, or Independent, to support this amendment today, to stand with working family and families, to honor the work that was given to them, and to send a clear message that hope isn't gone in this chamber. It is just changing hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member from West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of this House and fellow British Columbians, if they're tuning in, I'm here today to speak in favor of this Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act. I stand before you today not just as a legislator, but as a mother and a grandmother, and as someone who has walked the long road of a working class struggle. I was raised in a council house in England. For those who are not familiar with what that is, please read some of the nonfiction works about them. No car. Nobody I knew ever had a car. No fridge, just a pantry. No washer or dryer. We dried our clothes on the clothesline outside or hung them on rails in the kitchen. Definitely no phone. Definitely no central heating. Just a fireplace that burned coal from our coal shed out the back. And I thought everyone lived like this. Didn't know any different until we immigrated to Canada. And I remember very clearly how extremely difficult it was for my parents. My parents who struggled so. My father, a World War II veteran, North Africa, Italy, he fought for democracy. My mom, in her early 20s, became what they call difficult because she had to have a permanently stiff leg. So she had physical difficulties. My father suffered from PTSD the rest of his life, which was undiagnosed because we didn't know anything about it. So the pressure that they endured, their anxiety, that stress, it doesn't leave you. It's imprinted for life. And it forms a quiet part of your character. That's why I am so grateful for my quality of life that I enjoy today. But now I see that same struggle today on the faces of people across this province, from Kamloops to Kitimat, Nanaimo to Nelson. People are falling behind, not because they are lazy or don't work hard, but because this system that they rely on is no longer working for them. That's why this bill matters. The Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act is about...
Member, just a clarification. The discussion on the floor is the amendment to Bill 5?
Yes.
The motion? It's not you mentioned the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment? It's not that one.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I just thought the whole thing.
Okay.
My apologies.
Certainly.
This Amendment Act is about keeping a promise, providing real relief, and choosing to govern with courage and compassion. This legislation will save every single British Columbian $500 a year through a permanent increase to the basic personal amount. The tax-free threshold before you begin paying provincial income tax. In a two-income household, that's $1,000 in savings every year for good. That's not a temporary rebate, not an election season gimmick. This is structured, responsible, ongoing tax relief. What does $1,000 mean? Let's see. What does it actually look like in the lives of British Columbians? Oh, that's 3 to 4 grocery trips for a family of 4. That's a month's rent supplement for a student or a senior. That's a full winter coat, new boots and supplies for your growing child. That's being able to fill your tank and still pay the hydro bill. That's breathing room. That's dignity. And yes, this bill also does something else. It corrects a broken promise. You'll remember that just last year, British Columbians were promised a $1,000 annual grocery rebate. That promise was made in the heat of an election campaign. And like too many promises, it was quietly set aside after the votes were counted. We are better than that. I know some of the members in this House appreciate the writings of Khalil Gibran, so I'd like to quote his words here. As Khalil Gibran once wrote, quote, "You are the bows from which your children as living arrows are sent forth. The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite and bends you with his might that his arrows may go swift and far." When we make a promise to our people, especially our children, we're bending that bow. We aim for trust. We aim for stability. We aim for hope. We must not miss the mark. The media took notice, too, about the NDP election promise, and all of them, amazingly enough, thought it was a good idea. Global BC stated that, quote, "A policy shift with broad appeal. The grocery rebate guarantee uses the tax system to avoid bureaucracy and deliver results immediately," unquote. Vancouver Sun, quote, "A rare moment of clarity in tax policy. Universality makes this proposal both fair and efficient," unquote. And then the Tyee, quote, "Opposition says it's a gimmick." That wasn't us then. "But for struggling families, it's the difference between groceries or going without, unquote. This bill is not about ideology. It's about impact. Now, some critics will say this tax reduction undermines our ability to fund social programs. They'll wave the flag of big government as if that's the only path to fairness. To them, I say, we cannot tax our way to prosperity. I'll repeat that. We cannot tax our way to prosperity. We must empower people to build prosperity themselves. And I do love Margaret Thatcher. What a strong woman, the Iron Lady. She stated the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. And she's so right. This is not austerity. This is balance. This is giving back a portion of what people already earned. We're not cutting services. We're cutting unfair burdens. We're giving people tools, not handouts. And another Thatcher quote I love because it bears repeating. She said, "Pennies do not come from heaven. They have to be earned here on earth." So let's reward that effort. Let's honor the work. Let's give people back some of what they've already earned. This is a more collaborative vision that I have. To quote Khalil Gibran again, who reminds us of our shared purpose in public service. Public service. Quote, "You give but little when you give of your possessions. It is when you give of yourself that you truly give." Unquote. This is not about numbers on a ledger. This is about giving of ourselves, giving our courage, giving our conviction, giving our compassion to create policy that lifts people up without trapping them in dependency. We must not let ideology blind us to common sense. Who are we fighting for? This is about the grocery store cashier putting back items at the till. This is about the senior who cannot afford both her meds and fresh fruit, and we have a lot of them in my riding. We are talking about the student working nights just to afford a microwave meal. Let me be very clear. Tax relief is not a luxury. I'll repeat. Tax relief is not a luxury. It is a moral responsibility in a time of economic strain. When someone is working hard, playing by the rules, and still falling behind, that is a policy failure, and we have a duty to correct it. That is important to recognize. Even when someone is working hard, playing by the rules, paying their taxes, and still falling behind, working 2 jobs, that is a policy failure. And we have a duty, a moral duty, to correct it. So let's govern with our hearts. This is not the time for delay. This is not the time for game playing or politics. This is the time for courage and to do the right thing. And as Khalil Gibran also reminds us, quote, "Progress lies not in enhancing what is, but in advancing toward what will be." Again, progress lies not in enhancing what is, but in advancing toward what will be. And that's what I'm absolutely encouraging everyone to do today. Advancing toward what will be, should be, could be. Let's stop chasing the past and reminding everybody of past failures. We all have that. So let's stop chasing the past. Let's stop defending broken systems out of habit. Knee-jerk reactions. Let's embrace the opportunity to do better for everyone. Growing up in England, I learned that dignity does not come from what you have. It comes from knowing you've done right by others. My parents did not have much, but they had pride. They had honor, they had integrity, they had compassion, and they taught me to keep my promises, to tell the truth, and to never look away when someone is struggling. And that's why I am here today. And that's why I support this bill, because it does what we said we'd do. It brings real relief. It respects working people, and it restores faith in this legislature. This amendment, for my colleagues across all parties, across the aisle, in other rooms, to my colleagues across all parties, I say, let's stand for integrity. Let's stand for relief. Let's stand for real leadership. Let's pass this amendment together and show British Columbians that we not only hear them, that we are truly here for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member from Abbotsford Mission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a difference between being in government and being in leadership. Leadership is heavier. It requires more than words. And today we have a choice to make that what we say more about who we are than any political platform or press release could ever. We are here today because a promise was made, and that promise hasn't been kept. $1,000 grocery rebate was pledged to the people of British Columbia, not floated, not proposed, promised. And when a government makes a promise like that, people make plans around it. They budget for it, they believe in it, they take us at our word. Because, Madam Speaker, if a government's word doesn't mean anything, then nothing else does. When I was campaigning, we knocked on hundreds of doors. And there was one particular door that I knocked on, and a single mother showed up, opened her door. And I said to her, as I did, you know, who I was, what I was doing. And she said to me, she said, I didn't even know there was an election. She said, I'm just trying to raise my daughters, pay rent, buy food. And we stood there and we talked, and because human to human, you're a human first, politics aside. And we talked about the struggles, and I said to her, I said, you're not alone. I said, I may be going door to door, but I have to worry about how we're getting food on the table, how we're paying the rent. You're not alone. And so we talked as mothers. And so when this motion came forward, in my newness to being a member, I actually thought the other side would be happy. I actually started penning notes to speak to this amendment, and the first lines was, we have an opportunity to be unified. We have an opportunity to spread hope. We have an opportunity to actually be true to our word and come together and see something that not just benefits one person, but everybody in British Columbia will benefit. And so in my zeal of this motion, I thought everybody would be excited. So as I was listening to the dialogue, I thought, okay, well, that's not our reality, unfortunately. So here we are. People didn't ask for luxury, they asked for relief. They didn't demand miracles, they just asked for what was promised to be delivered. But instead of delivering it, this government has delayed it, stretched it out, split it up over the next few years, and called it reform. And now families that need help in 2024 are being told it will come by 2028. Honorable Speaker, that's not support, it's a spin. And that's not how we build trust, that's how we burn it. The bill we're debating today, the Grocery Rebate Guarantee Amendment Act, offers something.
Member, the name of the, we're debating the amendment for Bill 5, the amendment under the Budget Measures and Implementation Act. It's not entitled the Income Tax Grocery Rebate Guarantee.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that correction. The amendment offers something real. And it provides $500 in direct income tax relief to every tax-filing British Columbian. That's $1,000 for a working household. Simple, consistent, and immediate. Not abstract relief, not delayed relief, actual relief now. The people of British Columbia know how to spot a pattern. The one they're seeing now, it's familiar. A promise made with urgency, met with delay, and delivered without hesitation. Let's talk facts. The $1,000, not sure if I can say this, grocery rebate was a campaign promise. It made headlines, it showed up in debates, and it helped win votes. But once the election was over, it disappeared, replaced with a phased-in tax credit spread over 3 years, not even close to what was originally promised or pledged. Meanwhile, what did happen? Cabinet expanded, new ministerial titles were created, parliamentary secretaries were appointed, and government payroll increased. And that wasn't in the platform, it wasn't promised to the public, but it happened quickly, quietly, without zero delay. And so that is the contradiction that becomes clear. What was promised to the people was postponed. What was never promised at all was prioritized. Let's be honest, the government didn't need more time to deliver the rebate. It just gave that time to something else. If you can act swiftly on what benefits your paychecks, you can act swiftly on what benefits your people. That's what this bill amendment is about. It's not just dollars, but dignity. It's not just relief, but it's restoring integrity. And here's the hardest truth. If the things you didn't promise get done faster than the things you did, that's not policy. That's a breach of trust. The people of this province deserve more than timelines. They deserve follow-through. And if we're not willing to pass the amendment to this bill, then we should stop pretending we meant it in the first place. Because you don't get to govern with delays when you've campaigned with urgency. It is not right. It's never been right. You cannot campaign and get people riled up to trust you and then not actually deliver on the very thing that you said you would do. And you certainly don't get to ask for trust again if you delivered it when you served it on your side of the table. I'm sorry, I'm super passionate about this. Because when I stand in this place and I advocate for families and for children, and I hear an opportunity that we have to actually make a difference, because it wasn't our great idea, As my colleague pointed out, it actually came from the other side. It's a great idea. So here we are. We have a choice before us. Presented with this bill that does what this government said it would do, the amendment to this bill. It delivers $1,000 that British Columbians were told was coming. Presented with this bill keeps the promise. And now we find out if that promise meant anything. Because this isn't about whether we can afford it. It's about whether we're still willing to stand by what we said, even when the spotlight moves on. If this House votes no, then let's be honest with the public that the rebate was as useful as a headline, but not as important enough to honor. Let's not insult their intelligence with more planning language and phase projections. They've heard enough of that. They don't want more lines. They want line items delivered. So I say to this House, you promised, they waited. It's time to deliver. Because you can't tell people you're on their side and then make them stand at the back of the line when it's time to deliver. If we fail to pass this bill, let the record show it wasn't because the math didn't work. It was because the will didn't work. Honorable Speaker, I believe we still have time to get it right. I believe we still have time to show the people of this province that our word is still worth something. It is not a soundbite, it is not a slogan, but it is a commitment. So let's pass this bill. Let's deliver the promise. And let's make sure British Columbians know we're not just here to win trust, we're here to earn it back. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the amendment to the Bill 5, Budget Measures Implementation Act 2025. An amendment that, if passed, would deliver immediate, meaningful, and lasting relief to every single British Columbians. The amendment reads as follows: that Bill 5 not to be read for a second time until the House amends the basic person income tax credit provided in Section 4.3 of the Income Tax Act to $22,462. Let's be clear, this is not just a technical amendment, it's a lifeline for many British Columbians. Honourable Speakers, I rise today to speak not just in favor of this amendment to Bill 5, but on behalf of millions of British Columbians who are tired of being misled, squeezed, and forgotten by this government. This amendment calls for one simple, powerful change: increase the basic personal amount under the Income Tax Act to $22,462. What does that mean? It means putting $500 back into the pockets of every British Columbian who file income taxes. And for a two-income household, that's $1,000 every single year. Let me be clear, it's not a handout of money. It's letting hard-working people keep more of the money they have already earned. It's for those who have worked long hours, picked up extra shifts, or held down multiple jobs just to stay afloat. This is their money. And when they keep more of it, they don't stack it. They spend it in their communities, at local restaurants, mom-and-pop stores, childcare centers, and grocery stores. This is how you stimulate a local economy. Honourable Speaker, British Columbians are hurting. Inflation is biting. Food prices are out of control. Interest rates, even though paused just this week, is still much higher than before. And every time they walk into grocery stores, They feel like they're just being punished for just trying to live a normal life. And who's paying the price? Not the billionaires, not the wealthy speculators, not the NDP ministers, not the NDP spin doctors, not the big corporations they keep rewarding. It's the low and middle income families, single parents, seniors on fixed incomes, the backbone of this province who are paying the price. They're working harder than ever and falling further and further behind. They don't want handouts, but they want fairness. And this amendment delivers that fairness. Honorable speakers, let's talk about a broken promise. And you know what? A chance to fix it. During the last election, this premier promised British Columbians a $1,000 grocery rebate. He promised it loudly through glossy ads, big speeches, and even press conference. People voted for them because of that promise. Arguably, it is the reason why they can be sitting on that side of the House today. And I recall just last week, one of the ministers even said, the Conservatives are going down. Well, speakers, we have all seen the number. And clearly, that minister needs a refresher on basic facts and math. This NDP lost more than 10 seats in the last election. And yet, they have a minister claiming that someone else is losing? Honorable speakers, this government continues to make claims that are not only misleading, but reminds me of an old Chinese saying, 擘大眼講大話. It means people spread lies without even blinking an eye. Honorable speakers.
Minister, Tourism, Arts, Cultural, Sport.
The member just alleged lies were spread in his remarks. It's completely unparliamentary language, and I would ask him to withdraw.
Member?
I'm just referring to a Chinese old saying and explaining it means people spreading lies without even blinking an eye.
Have a seat for a minute. Member, just caution to steer away from unparliamentary language. And generally, we try to avoid terms such as lying in these chambers and ensure that it's not directed to anyone. So just caution you.
I will be more conscious, and even though this is not directly speaking of the other members, but I will be more conscious. Honourable Speaker, if anyone is going down, like the minister said, it's not the Conservative, but it's the NDP. This government is not in touch. They're not grounded in reality. And most importantly, they're not keeping their promises. Because what happened to that $1,000 groceries rebate? After the BC election and before Donald Trump was even elected in the US, that promise was quietly swept under the rug. No apology, no explanation, and no help. Honourable Speaker, when we were young, our teachers taught us that if you make a promise, you keep it. And if you can't keep a promise, just don't make it in the first place. It's simple. But this premier, he's the head of this province. He's the leader of the governing party. He made their promise. He broke it, and now he refuses to even acknowledge it. And to top it off, we got a finance minister who, for the first time ever, has suddenly decided to talk about balancing the budget when she was responding to this amendment yesterday. Interesting timing. This government has run a record-breaking $10.9 billion deficit, the highest in British Columbia's history. Yes, Honourable Speaker, the NDP made history by piling billions of dollars in debt onto the back of our future generations. And let's be honest here, it's not 10.9 billion. The real number is closer to $14 billion. 14 billions. And now, they want to lecture us about responsible fiscal management just yesterday? Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry, but if this Minister of Finance can't even do basic math, she should think twice before giving us a lecture on budgets. Honorable Speaker, I always found it ironic, and honestly, something I can never quite understand. This government constantly brags about how well they're doing, how much extra funding they have provided, how many projects they have launched, how much work they have done. But here's the simple truth. I have yet to meet a single person who tells me their life is better today than it was 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. Everyone I spoke to tells me their situation of finance has gone downhill. They can't afford a car, let alone a house. Our university rankings have dropped. Our business closure rate is higher than ever before. Emergency room closures are so frequent. ER, if they're open, the wait time is significantly longer than they used to be. So, Honorable Speaker, I have one simple question. Despite all this hard work and so-called historic funding, why is everything getting worse? And it's exactly because of these worsening conditions, because of the real daily struggles of British Columbians, that we must introduce this amendment. This amendment is the antidote to the broken promises and fuzzy math. It's real, it's honest, and it's effective. By increasing the basic personal amount, we give British Columbians the breathing room they so desperately need. We give families $1,000 a year, we put money back into their pockets permanently, and we do what this government failed to do, keep their word. Honorable Speaker, I urge every member of this House, especially those on the other side, to remember why they were first elected. Anyway, this amendment helped them to fix that broken promise. This is not a one-time check. This is not a flashy campaign gimmick. This is reliable, structural, and fair tax relief that people can count on every single year. Honorable Speaker, during the last election, this Premier promised it every single of us this $1,000 groceries rebate. A very specific promise. It was made loudly, and families needed that relief. You know what? They still do. The Premier once said, and I quote, "Under our plan, families will get more support and you will get it right away." The leader of the Conservative BC would hand tax breaks to billionaires and speculators while leaving you waiting for the help you need now. And guess what, Honorable Speaker? Let's take a look around. Who's waiting for help now? That's exactly what this Premier is doing, handing out tax breaks to corporations, giving incentive to lobbyists and wealthy developers, while ordinary families, working people, and small businesses are left struggling. The facts speak for themselves. Let's look at the latest MNP Consumer Debt Index conducted by Ipsos, a respected and credible research firm. Their findings are deeply alarming, and frankly, they should be a wake-up call for every single member of this legislature. Here's what the report tells us. 49% of British Columbians do not believe they can cover their expense over the next 12 months without going further into debt. Almost 1 in 2 British Columbians are saying, "I can't afford to live here without borrowing more money." Let that sink in. 46% of people surveyed saying that they're just $200 away from not being able to pay their bills and debt obligations. That means if there's an unexpected car repair, a rent increase, a dental bill, could push nearly half of the province over the financial edge. And here's the most chilling statistic. Nearly 1/3 of British Columbians told Ipsos that they're already unable to meet their existing financial obligations. Let me repeat that. a full third of the people in this province are already falling behind. Let me be very clear, Honourable Speaker, about what this amendment delivers. It raises the basic personal amount, the amount of income you can earn before paying provincial income tax, to $22,462. It provides $500 in annual tax savings to every British Columbian who file taxes. For a family of 2 incomes, that means a $1,000 real relief every single year. It makes this relief permanent, predictable, and fair, so families can actually plan for their budgets and have peace of mind. And most importantly, it restores the $1,000 groceries rebate that this Premier promised and then broke. These are real policy for real people. These are for the single mom working 2 jobs to make rent, the seniors deciding between groceries and medications, the young couple trying to start a family but be drowning in student loans and housing costs. These are the people we were elected to help. And this amendment is for them. It's good policy, good economics, and the right thing to do. Because when families have a bit of more room to breathe, they're not forced to choose between bills and groceries. When they can keep more of the money they have earned, they not only feel a little bit more secure, they help build a stronger economy, and that's Team BC. This is how we build a province that works for everyone, not just insiders. That's a Team BC approach. So I say to all members of this House, this is your chance to stand with working families, seniors, students, small business owners, and this is your chance to vote not for a party line, but for Team BC approach, unless you don't want to stand with British Columbians. To the members across the aisle, are you really going to look your constituents in the eye and say, no, you don't deserve to keep more of your hard-earned money? No, you should keep paying more so that the billionaires can get tax breaks? No, you don't get relief, but lobbyists do. The people of British Columbians are not asking for much. They're asking for fairness. They're asking for a little breathing room. They're asking for you to keep your promise. Let's give them the relief they deserve. Let's pass this amendment. Let's put British Columbians first. Let's be part of Team BC. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Recognizing the member for Kootenay Rockies.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today with a real sense of urgency, because what we're debating here in this House this afternoon is not just a line in a budget. It's not just an amendment to a bill. It's not just another political issue that comes and goes. What we're debating is something far more important. It's about whether this House, this place that belongs to the people of British Columbia, is finally ready to stand up and deliver real help to the families who need it most. I'm talking about the families who do everything right, the ones who work hard, play by the rules, raise their kids with strong values, and try their very best every single day. They don't ask for much, Honourable Speaker. They just want a fair shot, a chance to build a good life. But somehow, despite all their efforts, they're falling behind. Groceries cost more, housing is out of reach, and it feels like no one is listening to them. That's why I'm here today, not just as an elected official, but as a father, a neighbor, and someone who grew up with those same values. I know that it feels like to worry about making ends meet. I know the pride that comes with providing for your own family, and the pain that comes when you feel like the deck is stacked against you. Today we're debating whether Bill 5, as it stands, will be allowed to move forward without addressing the immediate financial strain British Columbians are living under right now. Or whether this House will do the right thing and amend it. The groceries rebate guarantee amendment we are proposing is simple. I would argue it's arguably just that Bill 5 not be read a second time until the House amends the basic personal income tax credit under Section 4.3 of the Income Tax Act to $22,462. What does this mean in plain English? It means that every single British Columbian who files taxes will keep an additional $500 of their own money each and every year. It means that 2 income households will keep $1,000 more in their pockets, not through a rebate that may or may not come, not through an online application process or a limited pilot program, but automatically, directly, and permanently. And that matters. It matters more than many people in this chamber might understand. Because $500 can mean a lot to many different people in our province. It's a tank of fuel to drive to see a parent, a child, or a close friend in another town. It's a difference between getting into a job site or staying home and being unpaid. It's the cost of winter boots for 2 kids growing faster than their parents' paychecks. I know how that is because I've got 4. It could be the difference between a Christmas present or having to tell your kids, well, sorry, maybe next year. It's a birthday that feels like a celebration instead of a reminder of the struggle. It's groceries for the week when the fridge is empty and the paychecks are still a few days away. It's heating your home in the middle of a brutal Kootenai winter. Honourable Speaker, $500 could mean the difference between holding on to hope or falling deeper into despair. Honourable Speaker, I know what it means because I lived it. I grew up on welfare. I grew up in community housing. That wasn't just a political statement, it was my reality. I remember watching my mother sit at the table in the kitchen late at night, pencil in her hand, bills spread out, doing the math to see how far she could stretch what little that we had. And I can tell you, $500 would have meant everything to her and to me and my brother. It wouldn't have meant less worry. It would have meant fewer skipped meals. Maybe one less night of my mom lying awake, wondering how she was going to make things work. It was hard back then. And if it was hard back then with the prices when they were lower, when the costs of housing hadn't spiraled out of reach, when groceries hadn't doubled, then today's families are facing an almost impossible climb. I don't know how single parents do it. I really don't. And in the face of all this, the Premier promised. He promised to help. Let's not forget what was said during the election. The Premier stood before cameras and said people need help now so they can get ahead. Our tax cut for the middle class supports people now who are struggling with the high cost of groceries. The very next day, he promised this. We're delivering a $1,000 grocery rebate this year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. And then there was also, a few days later, he doubled down. He said, under this plan, families will get more support, and you'll get it right away. The Premier also said the leader of the Conservative Party would hand tax breaks to billionaires and spectators while leaving you wanting for the help you need now. Well, Honourable Speaker, what happened? What happened? Where's the grocery rebate? Where's the $1,000? Where's the support that was supposed to come right away? The answer is very simple. It vanished. Gone. Abandoned the moment the ballots were counted. And I think people are tired of this. They're tired of governments that show up every 4 years to make promises they never intend to keep. British Columbians are tired of hearing help is on the way, while their fridges are empty and their bills pile up. They're tired of polished campaign slogans that fade into dust the second real leadership is required. That's why this amendment to Bill 5 matters so much. Because this amendment gives us a chance to make at least one of those broken promises right. It gives us a way to bring back the grocery rebate, not as a gimmick, not as a one-time pre-election check, but as a permanent, principled tax reduction. It lets people keep more of what they earn. And in a time like this, it's just not good economics, it's basic decency. Times are tough. I know this amendment's not going to fix everything. It won't solve the housing crisis or lower interest rates. It's not going to undo years of fiscal mismanagement, but it's a start. It's a start in the right direction. And if we can't even take this step, what are we all doing here? Now I want to talk directly to the members across the aisle. I know the pressure from the party brass might be heavy, but I ask you, think about your constituents. Think of the parents that you meet in your communities, the young workers, the seniors, the single income households, the small business owners that are just trying to make their businesses stay alive. They're just trying to keep their doors open. Ask yourself, can I look them in the eye and say, I voted against $500 in your pocket? Can I tell them that I chose political loyalty over their family's grocery bill? I hope not. Because that's what's at stake here. To my colleagues in this House, who like me represent rural and working class ridings, the ridings where paychecks don't stretch like they used to. It's everywhere. Where heating costs hit harder, where people drive long distances to go to work. In my riding, people drive 2 hours from their home to go work in the mines, and they spend days away from their families to bring those paychecks home to look after their families, the people that they love. I ask you to stand up for your people, the people in your ridings, because you know what? They deserve a break. And they were told that they were going to get one, and then it was taken away. We need to deliver this to our people, to the people of British Columbia, the people that voted us in here, the people that put us in these seats, the people that are asking us for help. That's why we're here. Let's vote for this amendment. Let's amend Bill 5. Let's raise the basic personal income tax to $22,462 and finally give British Columbians what they were promised. They were promised a tax cut that actually would help. They were promised help. Because you know what? We don't need any more empty promises. They need some reasons to believe that the people that are sitting in this House care about the people of British Columbia. That we care about the single moms, and we care about the single fathers, and we care about the young people that are just trying to start out. And we care about the double income families that are still struggling as well. I can tell you, having 4 kids is very expensive. But, Honorable Speaker, the people of BC, they need action. They need relief, and they need it now. So all the members in this House today, I urge you, vote with your conscience. Vote for the people you represent. Please vote to amend Bill 5 and deliver the $500 that could make all the difference in the lives of the people that elected you and that you serve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the MLA for Abbotsford West, I speak for those who have no voice. Some of them are marginalized, and many are on the brink of losing their homes. Many are working day and night at more than one job. And I'm speaking to the Budget Measures Implementation Act 2025 to amend it to say Bill number 5 not be read a second time until the House amends the basic personal income tax credit provided in Section 4.3 of the Income Tax Act to $22,462. And I want to thank the leader of the BC Conservative Party, my leader, the MLA for Nechako Lakes, for bringing this forward. Because this matter is vitally important for families across the province. And it's because of, and we all know, the high cost of living. But I think specifically the crushing burden that the price of groceries has placed on working people. Now think about that. These people have jobs. They work, and they can't buy enough groceries. In British Columbia, Canada. You know, the one thing that is booming in Abbotsford is the food bank. Record number of people in need. Record amount of food being distributed. Record number of families, record number of seniors lining up at the doors. And it's not just in my riding, but in every corner of the province of British Columbia, families are making impossible choices. And I want to ask everybody who's listening, have you ever had to make that choice? Madam Speaker, I grew up in South Vancouver, 44th and Fraser. That's where I was raised. In a family of 10 children and my mom and dad. So there's 12 of us living in this 3-story house. I don't think I ever had, I've never had my own bedroom. I was sharing it with my brothers, and then I got married, and I'm sharing it with my wife, and she's got about 3/4 of it, but never mind. But you know what? In our growing up years, we may not have had new shoes. We may not have had those jeans that we were hoping for. We may not have had that banana bike. Remember that bike with the banana seat on? We never had that. But one thing my dad made sure of, he worked 6 days a week, brought home the dollars, and my mom stretched them. And you could hear that dollar screaming down the block for miles because she stretched every penny out of that, making home-cooked meals, making bread, making buns. And my mom and dad took their blue Suburban from 44th and Fraser, and they drove it down the highway to Abbotsford to pick up a half a beef. They brought that half a beef back, and they hung it in our basement, and they carved it out and made steaks and beef and meat for us. Then the next week, they travel with that same truck all the way to Abbotsford, and they pick up flats of eggs. And they distribute those flats of eggs so it could pay for their gas and pay for our eggs. That's how they made it work. Imagine having to choose between paying rent and putting nutritious food on the table. These people are in our communities. These people are our neighbors. Choosing between filling their gas tanks and filling their kids' lunch boxes, if they're able to even have that choice. Madam Speaker, we have a program that was birthed in Abbotsford. It's called the Starfish Pack Program. And what it is backpacks filled with food by volunteers and donations that children can take home for the weekend. How did this thing start? Well, it started off as a pilot project with 6 backpacks as a response to an Abbotsford teacher cry for help. The beautiful thing about Abbotsford is it's the most generous community in all of Canada. Well, they stepped up. Word started to spread. Needs became apparent, and it wasn't just all of a sudden one teacher. Now it became several teachers, and now it moved all across our district. And now today, totaling 4,419 packs that have been served. That's right. 285 schools, over 24 locations around the province, and now, Madam Speaker, it has moved across the border. Washington State schools have picked it up. All from one teacher's cry for help. She saw Johnny walk into the classroom on Monday morning. Johnny's stomach was growling. Johnny couldn't read, couldn't sit still, couldn't write, so she's like, I got to do something about it. She took money out of her own pocket. She went and bought groceries. She bought nutritious food, and she fed Johnny. And you know what? That spread, and that became a much-needed program. But it's a wake-up call for us. We're not talking Haiti, we're not talking Africa, we're not talking other countries. We're talking British Columbia, Canada. The need to feed is real. The need to feed is real for many British Columbians. The need for tax relief is now, and the need for tax relief is today. In this moment of economic pressures, British Columbians deserve more than words, because you know what? Words don't fill the stomach. Words don't pay the bills. Words don't fill a gas tank. They're just words until they become action. They deserve action. They deserve swift action. They deserve certain action. And in other words, they need to count on this action. And it's got to be meaningful. It's got to be meaningful to them today, for their families, for their children. And that's exactly what this amendment to the bill provides. Money in their pockets today. Not out of their pockets daily, but into their pockets. The Income Tax Amendment Act is common sense. It's very compassionate, and it's a powerful response to an urgent problem. And let's break down the details of this immediate tax relief. As others have said, it proposes $500 annual tax break for every British Columbian who files taxes through an increase in the basic personal amount, the amount of income exempt from provincial taxes. For those of us who may not be tax experts like myself, let me put it plainly. If you file income taxes in British Columbia, you can save $500 every single year under this legislation. It's not a one-time gift, but you can count on it year after year after year. Money so desperately needed by so many British Columbians. So for a 2-income household, that means $1,000 in tax savings. Money that stays in your pocket where it belongs. So it doesn't actually go to some bureaucratic entity in the institution and then it eventually comes back to you. This is money that comes right out, up front. What a difference that can make. It would take the pressure off many people in British Columbia, unlike the promises that were made and forgotten. This bill guarantees permanent relief year after year. This is not a one-time check or a political gimmick or a temporary measure to score points for an election. It's a structured tax cut that will help people now and today. And more important, every year to come. They can count on it year after year after year. How did we get here? Well, let's remember, Speaker, that this last year, the current NDP government promised British Columbians a $1,000 grocery rebate. That was actually at the center, one of their centerpieces of the campaign. And I believe many British Columbians bought that hook, line, and sinker. We have a summer home that my whole entire family uses up at Mahood Lake up in the Caribou, and I was teaching my grandson how to fish. And we were sitting on the dock, and we put the line out, and then we waited, and he looked up at me, and he's wondering what's taking so long. And then I reminded him, well, it's fishing, it's not catching. Well, this promise caught a lot of people. It gave them hope, thousands of them. So much so that they voted accordingly. But what happened after the election? That promise vanished in thin air. It was abandoned, discarded like yesterday's news. This bill rectifies that broken promise. In fact, it fulfills it, but more than that, it strengthens it. Because it's not one time, it's each year. For tax-paying British Columbians each year. So it's not a temporary rebate, it delivers permanent savings through the tax system. That means you don't have to wait for a check to arrive in the mail sometime. You don't have to wonder if the government will change their mind. How often has that happened? Especially in the last 8 years. This relief is built into your income tax where it's reliable, automatic, and immediate. This Premier himself has said, and I quote, "People need relief now," end quote. And we would agree. And that's what our leader, that's why he brought this forward. Because we've heard it time and time again. If you've knocked on doors, I'm sure you heard it. This amendment does exactly that. It gives relief to the single mom earning minimum wage. Many of them working 2 or more jobs still can't make it go. I mean, you used to get a part-time job above your normal job so you could buy extra toys and extra holidays and do extra things with it. It was a choice you made. This is not a choice anymore. People are working 2 jobs because they have to, because they can't make ends meet. They're doing it to survive. And to the small business owners scraping by. And I don't know if you've talked to a small business owner lately. The costs are increasing. Welcome to the chair. Appreciate you being here. I'll try to say Mr. Speaker instead of Madam Speaker, but forgive me if I do. So there's increased costs for a small business. Costs that they're not getting any benefits from. And I think most businesses would say, I don't mind paying costs for something if I get something in return. But they see it going into thin air, year after year after year. They have safety issues. I know of a person in Abbotsford who's had a business in Abbotsford for over 30 years. He's closing his doors, he's moving. Why? Because every day he's got to clean up in front of his shop because it's dangerous with needles, it's full of feces, it's full of vomit, and he's the one cleaning it up. He never asked for that. Workers don't want to stay there late because it's not safe. He's closing his doors. And I'm sure there's more than just one business owner with those issues. And then the retired people. They're watching every dollar. And Mr. Speaker, this is probably the most painful part of all. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to see seniors who have built this province, who have built this country, begging for food. Our Abbotsford homeless camp, I walked through there. Yes, there's families with kids. They've actually carved out a little area for a playground. They're trying to make a community out of it. Some living in their car, some living in a camper. Then there's seniors. They can't afford to live anywhere else. That's where they're living. They have paid taxes their whole life. It gives relief to tens of thousands of British Columbians who are just $200 away from not being able to pay their bills. So we're not saying it's a handout like the promise in the election was. We're proposing fairness for all. We're proposing dignity for working people who do their part and deserve a break. They're working harder today, longer hours today, but still fall behind. They run out of money before they run out of month. Now I've heard the Premier say that their plan supports people right away, while accusing us, or our leader, of making people wait. Well, I'd like to ask the members across the aisle, what is the definition of right away? And more importantly, British Columbians would like an answer to that. What does the word right away mean? Well, who's making British Columbians wait now? Wait today. Wait tomorrow. So let's be honest with British Columbians. The NDP did not deliver on their $1,000 rebate. It was nothing but just talk. And they said, and I quote, $1,000 tax cut. The year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that, end quote. But where is it? Well, there's nothing this year. There'll be nothing next year. And there'll be nothing the year after that. That's what they got. Families need help this year. Not a maybe promise for some time in the future, if it ever comes. This Premier says he stands on the side of everyday people. Well, Mr. Premier, everyday people in British Columbia are still waiting. No more empty promises. No more excuses. With this amendment, relief is here. It is real, it is lasting, and it is fair. This will mean the difference for many, many, many British Columbians. To many, feeding their families, not having to make those unthinkable choices for themselves or their families. So I ask all members of this House, regardless of party affiliation, to look beyond partisanship and think about the people we serve. Think about the parents packing their school lunches for those who can, and many cannot. For the seniors counting on their pennies, or counting their pennies, the families trying to build a future. This amendment is not about scoring political points, it's about doing the right thing. It's about trust. It's about keeping promises. And above all, it's about delivering relief to those who need it most. So let us do what we're elected to do, serve the people of this province. And maybe this term is outdated, but we are public servants. Not party servants, not a riding servants. We are public servants. We can never, ever forget that. All British Columbians, urban, rural, large, small communities, will benefit from this. So I urge all members to support this bill. Let's give British Columbians the tax relief they deserve, the support they were promised, and the dignity that they've earned. And I want to spend some time on that word, dignity. Dignity is a real issue. If you've been around your community and you've seen the hardships, seeing adults at homeless camps, lined up at food banks, good people. Good people. Many of them are working. But they're walking around with broken spirits. Unable to make ends meet. And they are ashamed. Because they can't meet their own needs, never mind the needs of their family. I've witnessed this firsthand. talking to these people, looking in them in the eyes, and it's gut-wrenching. This would relieve some of that. We can restore the dignity by supporting this Income Tax Amendment Act. So I would encourage every person in this House to think soberly about this before you stand or don't stand. And I would encourage you, however you vote, in this week of Easter season, go to some of those hard places. Go to the Salvation Army. Go to the local camps. Maybe some homeless people. And ask yourself the question, what would $500 mean to them today? It would make a huge difference. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the MLA from Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the chair. I rise today proud to represent the people of Peace River South. I'm even more proud to speak in strong support of this amendment to Bill 5, an amendment that embodies what good governance ought to be: practical, principled, and people-focused. What we have before us is not just a line item in a budget or a policy change. It is a statement. It says to British Columbians, we hear you, we see you, we understand the pressures you're under, and we believe that you should keep more of what you earn. This amendment proposes raising the basic personal amount, the amount of income you can earn before paying income tax, to $22,462. What does that mean for working British Columbians? What that means for working British Columbians is $500 back in their pockets each and every single year. Each and every single year. For couples, that's $1,000. I don't know about the other members in this chamber, but I can tell you an extra $1,000 in my pocket is something special, and it's something that I would certainly appreciate to have. Unlike some flashy campaign promise, this amendment discusses a change that is not a one-time check. It is permanent. It is dependable. It is something you can count on year after year. When you're looking at saving for your child's education, when you're looking at saving for your future, when you're looking at paying the basic bills of everyday life, it is dependable and it can be counted on. That predictability is powerful. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. In Peace River South, $500 is not just spare change. It is a winter heating bill, it's hockey equipment for a growing child, it's groceries for a month. Well, I don't know if it necessarily is nowadays, depending on the size of your family, but I will admit my wife does the grocery shopping, and I suspect $500 probably doesn't do it for two of us. So. But it would go a long way. Even more so, if you shop smart and make every dollar stretch, like so many of our families do, that $500 or $1,000 per couple would go so much further. Mr. Speaker, let me walk you through what the $500 really means in communities like Dawson Creek, Chetwynd, Tumbler Ridge, and all the small communities in between. It means that a working mom can afford healthy food options without choosing between milk or meat. It means a family does not need to delay buying boots for their kids or repairing the old truck that Dad gets to work during icy winter mornings. And having lived in the north my entire life, and worked the last 30 of those on icy winter mornings, I can tell you that's a real thing, without question. It further means that seniors can turn the heat up when the temperature dips below. Grandma doesn't need to sit there until her fingers bleed knitting crochets and sewing blankets in order to stay warm. Those of you that have not been to my wonderful region, I can tell you for a fact that we do get minus 40, and that's minus 40 Celsius, which same difference, Fahrenheit or Celsius, that's where the scale meets. And minus 40 is cold, and that does happen where I live. And denying someone the basic human ability to heat themselves is something that I don't want to do. I don't want to be a part of. So what this bill, or what this amendment to Bill 5 does, is allow that senior to turn the heat up without worrying about how they'll afford the next hydro bill, the next Fortis bill, the next Pacific Northern gas bill, or any other main cost of living on a monthly basis. Furthermore, this amendment to Bill 5 means dignity. It means peace of mind. And it means restoring a bit of the breathing room that so many in our region have lost over the past few years. Yes, my region has in the past been wealthy through the extraction and production of oil and gas. That is not what it once was. And I can tell you, I've met with an awful lot of people, Mr. Speaker, that are not in that situation financially that they were a decade ago. And this amendment to the bill, I believe, would go a long way to again, allowing those folks to sleep better at night and to have more peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, let us think even bigger about what this means for a community. In Peace River South, when families have more to spend, that spending does not go to faceless corporations. Yes, absolutely, we do have Amazon deliveries, we do have everything that's been talked about in this House, but I can tell you that the people, the wonderful, hardworking people of my region do go out of their way to shop local. It goes to the local butcher. His name is Fred, great guy. The baker on Main Street, her name is Julie, an equally great individual. Quite enjoy her time. And it also goes to the family-run hardware store. Not to mention the amazing, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it in this speech, but we do have an amazing hunting and gunsmithing shop in town, which I guess if they see this, maybe they'll get a little bit of a shout out from it. But we do have, it's actually so fantastic that it does attract people from across the border and across the northern part of this province. In addition, the $500 that is provided from this amendment to Bill 5 supports a more self-reliant, more resilient British Columbia. It's not just for my region, it is for everyone in this province. It empowers people to make their own choices. And how can you argue with giving someone dignity and the ability to make their own choices? It empowers them to invest in their own families. It's just an incredible thought to be able to invest in your own children, in your extended family, in your ability. I've had the fantastic ability in my life to be able to support my relatives, and I can tell you that feels incredible. And I believe that the amendment to Bill 5 will go a long way in helping others within British Columbia to do the same. And it really does warm the heart. I can tell you that for a fact. It allows these individuals, the amendment to Bill 5 allows individuals to support their own communities. And as I alluded to, or I didn't allude, as I spoke to earlier, in my wonderful region, people do go out of their way to shop local. And I encourage them to do so, and they've been fantastic at doing it. When you go down and you talk to the butcher, which again, we have a fantastic meat packing plant. We have an incredible set of people that work there. When you buy local, the money stays in town. It goes to the wages of those individuals. Those individuals send their kids to hockey, send their kids to dance, send their kids to judo, to many, many, many different events. And it's really heartwarming to see the benefit of that local money staying in town. And in my estimation and in my very firm belief, that is exactly what the amendment to this bill does, is allow that money to stay local. I think that's an incredibly powerful thing. It's the kind of bottom-up growth that we should be promoting. I think everyone in this House would agree that this province needs some economic stimulus and needs the people at home to be making more of their own decisions. They need to be able to make, I've said that incredibly many times on the campaign trail. I feel very firmly that the individual knows how to spend their money better than I do. They do. They know their needs, they know their wants, they know what their children need, they know what their children want. Who am I to stand here in this place of honor and pretend that I know better than they do on how to spend their money? Mr. Speaker, why do we need this amendment now? Why do we need it now? Because people are hurting. There's no question. Not just in cities, not just in the Lower Mainland, but in particular our northern communities, our rural communities, on our farms and in our small businesses. It's not just the very poor that are suffering, it's the middle-class families who have been pushed to the brink. To the brink. It's small business owners who cannot make payroll. And I can attest, I have been a small business owner, a medium-sized business owner for 20-odd years, and the stress of trying to go to sleep at night when payroll is the next day and you're 90 to 120 days behind on receivables is palpably real. That is incredibly real, because you are responsible for the livelihoods, the ability of your staff to make their mortgage payments, to make their car payments, to be able to pay their gas bill. The weight of that will keep a person of conscience, will keep that person awake all night long. And you need to be back in that desk the next day earning and proving, or earning and bringing more work in so that those individuals can work. The weight of that is incredible. And until a person's experienced it, I don't believe that I could fully explain it. But again, a person of conscience would have an exceptionally difficult time sleeping at night with that weight of, does that bank account actually have enough money to make payroll the next day? It's an incredibly powerful feeling, and it's not a positive feeling. It's, in addition to the small business owners, it's young couples who can't save for a down payment because groceries eat up every last cent. I have 3 adult children, and I'm very proud. I think I actually have announced it in this place of honor that I've been blessed. My wife and I have been blessed with our first grandchild. So I have 3 adult children and a grandchild. And I can tell you that's one of the first things that comes out of my adult children's mouths is, I don't think I will ever own a home. To me, that saddens my heart. It truly does. I believe that the amendment to Bill 5 will, in fact, assist in that direction, in that, again, it will free up more equity or more ability for these young individuals to save for that down payment. A recent study said that nearly half of Canadians are just $200 away from being able to make their monthly bills. And I believe that I have, and I don't say that with shame in any way whatsoever, but I believe that I have said in this house, I grew up below the poverty line. I did. I grew up in a family where, I'm not exaggerating, not literally, but we were able to push 2 nickels into a quarter because we simply had to survive. And I can tell you that $200, $500 is, and the thought of having the heat turned off, the thought of having the electricity removed, it's incredibly weighing on the mental health of an individual. $200, so we've talked about the $200 away from being not able to meet their monthly bills. And again, I've experienced that. The $200 is, they're moments away from crisis. They're moments away from losing their ability to survive with dignity. It's a sad, sad situation. That $200 is not just a number. It absolutely is not a number. That $200 is a neighbor in Pouce-Coupe. It's a single mom in Tumbler Ridge. It's a welder in Dawson Creek who just got laid off and is stretching every last dollar to pay his gas bill so that he doesn't freeze. I had a lady come into my office, into my MLA office, shortly before I came down this week, and it was well, as other members of this House would know, it's heartbreaking to hear the stories of how devastating the suffering is for people in this province. It's devastating. It hurts to hear the pain that these people are going through, and our inability as elected officials to help to the level that they deserve, the level that we want to help, is painful. It's, as a human being, that's painful not to be able to help. And again, the amendment to Bill 5, I do believe, will go a long way to assist in that help. And I believe that that's something that's very important. Again, we talked about the neighbor in Pouce Coupe. We've talked about the single mom in Tumbler Ridge, the welder in Dawson Creek. Mr. Speaker, these are real people. They are not statistics. They are real people. Real people that are doing their best, and because of circumstances beyond their control, they are not making it, or they are within $200 of being on the street. These are the families who wake up before dawn to get their kids ready. And any of us that have had small children that have ever been in any kind of sporting events absolutely would know what I'm talking about. These are the families that drive long distances to go to work. Having worked in the Northeast for the last, well, again, more years than I should probably admit, I would suggest that driving 4 hours plus to a job site one way is a real thing. It absolutely is. That's very real. And try doing that at -40 when you're packing extra fuel in the back of the truck to make certain that you're going to not freeze to death on the side of the road. That's very real where I live. That is incredibly real where I live. These people of incredibly strong continence still have the energy to volunteer in their communities. I volunteer in a number of very prominent groups in my community, and I'm incredibly impressed and incredibly proud of what those individuals accomplish. I do believe, again, that the amendment to Bill 5 will be a very powerful thing to help those community groups, because that's the $20 a month that the mother, the single mom, was giving to the Lions, or giving to the, I don't know if I'm allowed to give. Am I allowed to give names of different groups? To various charitable not-for-profits. I believe that is going to make a significant difference. Again, that's the difference between hockey school. That's the difference between so many different things. When we think back to those of you that may or may not have gray hair like I, when you think back to the times when your children were young, I had 3 children in diapers at the same time. That's a second job. You need a second job to do that. That's just incredible. So imagine what this extra $1,000 per couple would do. Again, the people of my area I couldn't be more proud. I couldn't. I could try, and I will try, but I could not be more proud. They are the hardest working, most resilient. Very many of them are entrepreneurial. We were the economic, well, I don't know if I could say economic capital of the province, but certainly we had an economic boom a number of years ago. We attracted talent, economic talent, raw talent from across this country. And I'm proud to call many of those people my friends. And I can tell you they are talented because they work incredibly hard. They don't want handouts. They want the ability to work, and they want the ability to survive. And I've said this many times, both during the campaign, and I've also said it during various events that I've attended in Vancouver. I started my first business 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and given the circumstances in this province today, I truly, truly do not believe that I would be able to do that again today. That business has employed many dozens of people. It has paid incredible taxes. It has paid commercial taxes. It's provided money for personal income taxes. And it's incredible to me at why 20 years later, well, again, my gray hair, and I don't know that I should be saying those big numbers, but it's incredible to me, and it's disappointing. It is disappointing to me that my daughter, who followed me through engineering to take the same program that I did, would not have the same opportunity in this province that I did. I moved to this province from Alberta. I was scoffed, I was teased, it was suggested to me that there was something wrong with me because I was moving the wrong direction. Well, I chose British Columbia. I wasn't forced here, I chose it. And I moved from a very vibrant city, a very wealthy city in Alberta. And I started my first business, and it was successful because, again, with the entrepreneurial spirit of the people in my region is exceptional. And it's really something that, well, again, I've said it more than once, and if I can get the indulgence of the members of this House, I'll repeat it once again. I am exceedingly proud of the people of my region. And there's a great many reasons why. The people of my region, again, do not want handouts. They don't want government programs layered in bureaucracy. They want the ability to work hard and create an equitable living for their families. They want fairness. Who doesn't? Who doesn't want fairness? They want to be respected for their hard work. I've lived in the north my entire life. I lived in northern Saskatchewan, I've lived in northern Alberta, and I've lived in northern British Columbia. And I can tell you, well, first and foremost, as a Westerner, I'm sure we all have experienced the sense of alienation when it comes to federal politics, but triple that or quadruple that when you're a northerner. We are not heard, we don't seem to count, and we don't seem to be, our needs don't seem to be taken into account. So again, back to the Bill 5 amendment. It's going to go a long way to help with the grocery bill, as we've already talked about. It's going to go a long way to help putting fuel in the tank of your vehicle. It's going to go an incredibly long way to helping with the utilities, your insurance, everything. I don't know if anyone here has actually had a reduction in the rates of any of the things that I've just listed, but I certainly haven't. And this $1,000 per couple, $500 per person would go a very long way to help with those day on day on day on day in constant increases in the cost of living. And while people are juggling these rising costs, this government has the audacity to break a major promise. Do you remember it, Mr. Speaker? I do. Last year, just before the election, the NDP promised a $1,000 annual grocery rebate. They said help was on the way. They stood in front of the cameras, made the pledge, and asked for trust. And then, nothing. That promise disappeared faster than a liter of milk in a family of 5. That is disappointing. And Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that British Columbians have noticed. The people that I represent, if I brag too much more, I might get run out of this wonderful place of honor on a rail by my colleagues, I don't know, but I don't think I ever will stop bragging about the wonderful people of the South Peace. The people that I represent are straight shooters. They're hardworking, salt-of-the-earth, straight-shooting people. In Peace River South, your word still means something. When you shake someone's hand, it means something. It's not we don't sit down and write contracts when I own some farmland there. When I lease out my land to the neighbor for him to graze his cattle and to take the bales off of it, we don't sit down and write a contract. I don't have to have it notarized, I don't have to have it witnessed. It's when you shake a hand in my region, it means something. And that's part of why I'm so incredibly proud to be from there. The people of that area, again, I've described their character. If you say you're going to do something, you do it. And if you don't, you're going to be held to account by your neighbors and by the people that you're working with. And if something goes wrong, as with myself, you own it, you apologize, you fix it, and you illustrate how this isn't going to happen again. This amendment is about doing what the government would not. It's about keeping a promise that they broke. But we're doing it in a conservative way, one that trusts people, not bureaucracy. We're not introducing a new program with overhead, red tape, and criteria that leave people behind. We're just raising the basic personal amount so that everyone who files a tax return gets the same fair shot. No gimmicks, no forms, just more of your own money staying in your own hands. What an incredible thought. Now, critics will ask, can we afford this? I would ask in return, Mr. Speaker, can we afford not to? Because when people are drowning in rising costs, doing nothing is not an option. Tax relief is not a loss, it's a gain. It's an economic stimulus that actually works. Why? Because people don't hoard it, they spend it. In local stores, at small businesses, in their communities. Would you rather have government sitting, oh, I'm not going to read that. Let's talk about that mother, Mr. Speaker, that I spoke about previously. I met someone like her not long ago. She works 2 part-time jobs. Her husband was in construction, but the work has slowed. Their daughter is in grade 5. It was a heart-wrenching experience. It was a sad story. They do everything right. They budget carefully, they volunteer at the school, and they volunteer with the Rotary Club. But they are one unexpected repair, one dental bill, one flat tire, name any of 50,000 different things that could happen to any of us on any given day that would create an increased expense in our lives. They're one of those incidents away from real trouble. Real. I don't know how many members in this House have ever had to fear for their ability to put a roof over the head of their family or their children. I can tell you that that is a gut-wrenching, incredibly soul-sucking experience. What would that extra $1,000 for that family mean? It would mean food security. It would mean peace of mind. It would mean a weekend away that they haven't had in, well, it says 3 years, but where I grew up, that was 10. The weekends didn't exist. That's when you worked. I can say that for a fact that this amendment matters. It really does. That $1,000 is real. For families that are $200 away from crisis, $1,000 is real. It matters. And I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that this is not just a rural issue. It's a British Columbia issue. But out in Peace River South, where the distances are long and the winters are cold, it hits especially hard. I talked about the -40. I talked about the incredible challenges that we have in that region. And this $1,000 is real to many or most of the people in my area. It's incredible. So that driving from Tumbler Ridge to Fort St. John for a medical appointment is not optional. What do you do if you don't have $80 or whatever, $80? If you don't have $150 to fill up the tank in your vehicle nowadays? What do you do when you have to get your child to that medical appointment from Tumbler Ridge to Fort St. John and you don't have that $150? The other thing that I would suggest, I've already talked about the cold, is can you imagine trying to choose whether to heat your home in January or and I've done it in my youth when I was close to this situation. You turn the heat down and you wore long underwear in the house. You wore, you make choices. You have you have to make those choices. In the region of Peace River South, we pay more because of geography. And this amendment to Bill 5 is one small way to level the playing field. Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker. People are losing faith. They're losing faith in politicians, in institutions, in promises made from podiums. And it is our job to restore that trust. That starts by keeping our own promises and calling out broken ones. But it also means proposing solutions that make sense, conservative solutions. We believe in self-reliance, in rewarding work, and in small government that respects the taxpayer. This amendment to Bill 5 checks all of those boxes. You know, I often hear from constituents who say, government just doesn't get it. I actually do hear that quite often. They think every problem needs a program, but the truth is, most people just want to be left alone. They want to be left alone to work hard, to raise their kids, and to have a fair shot at getting ahead. This amendment does that, Mr. Speaker. It respects the taxpayer, it trusts the individual. And to those on the government side who ask, we're planning relief in the future, I ask, when?
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Recognizing the MLA from Boundaries-Similkameen.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today in firm support of the amendment referred to as Bill Number 5 not be read a second time until the House amends the basic personal income tax credit provided in Section 4.3, parentheses 1.1 of the Income Tax Act to $22,462. This is not as a partisan talking point, but as a matter of principle and a matter of people for BC. British Columbians were promised a $1,000 grocery rebate in last year's election. Not hinted at, not vaguely discussed, promised. It was announced with fanfare, with urgency. The Premier himself said people couldn't wait for the tax break, that relief was needed now. They used words like immediate support and affordability crisis. They told seniors, single parents, working families, and low-income British Columbians that help was on the way in the form of a $1,000 grocery rebate. And then the election was over. They walked away. An announcement came that it had been cancelled. They just quietly let the promise disappear, hoped no one would notice. Well, I can tell you that people in Boundaries-Similkameen noticed. Now, Honourable Speaker, I want to be clear. The Conservative Party of BC saw the need for relief for British Columbians, which is why we included the tax rate in our election platform. But at the time, this government said that British Columbians could not wait that long, that our plan was not good enough, that people needed it immediately, and that is why they were going to provide a $1,000 rebate immediately. They also promised to follow our lead and remove the carbon tax, which we did on March 31st. We need to remember that both of those promises were made at a point in time where this government said they were $7 billion in debt, and to have the minister stand in the House yesterday and say that we simply cannot afford to honor that promise. We knew we couldn't afford that promise when it was made in October. While they are deflecting and saying that Trump is the reason we cannot afford this rebate, they also tabled a budget that shows an increase in government revenue. So which one is it? That the government expects lost revenue due to Trump tariffs, or this budget really is a fudget budget, made up numbers that don't make sense? When you make a promise of that magnitude during an affordability crisis, when you're billions of dollars in debt, you owe the people an explanation why you made that promise that you had no intention of keeping. To have this government now speak out against this amendment when they could support and honor their commitment to the people of British Columbia by supporting it. For the people in my riding of Boundaries-Similkameen, I'm speaking up in support of this amendment to provide them with a $500 per person rebate and $1,000 per family. This rebate will come as a tax relief, not something they need to apply for, no government bureaucracy. It is what is needed. Yea, for some, $1,000 may not seem like a lot, but in rural BC, that's the difference between eating fresh or eating boxed. It's the ability to fill your gas tank, to say yes to that school field trip, to replace shoes that have holes in them. And here's the thing. This wasn't our promise. The Conservative Party of British Columbia didn't float a headline and then pull it back. We promised this relief through tax cuts, predictable, stable, and honorable policy. It was this government that said that wasn't good enough. They said British Columbians needed help faster, that families were desperate. So they offered direct cash. They made the promise because they knew the need. They broke the promise because they hoped we would forget. But, Honourable Speaker, we have not forgotten. We are here today with this amendment to make good on that broken word, to honour the commitment they made, even if they won't, and to stand for families, seniors, and small business owners who built this province and now find themselves slipping behind. This amendment is about bringing that $1,000 back to the table. But more than that, it's about restoring faith in leadership. It's about demonstrating that when a promise is made, it must be kept. If we want British Columbians to trust their institutions, to vote, and to believe in public service, we must show them that their voices matter, that their hardships are seen, and that this government doesn't say one thing before the election and do another the minute the cameras are off. Because let's be honest, rural British Columbians already feel they're at the back of the line. They see billions being spent while rural BC falls further behind. They hear about affordable housing while their neighbors live in campers in the winter. They're told about equity and inclusion, but not when it comes to infrastructure dollars, hospital closures, or cell service providers. And when a $1,000 promise that could have actually made it to the front pages, for once they felt seen. They saw that headline and they thought, they see me. And then they weren't. It just disappeared and they were left behind. Honourable Speaker, let's talk about the real world value of $1,000. Because for many in this House, it's easy to lose perspective. In rural BC, $1,000 is an abstract. It isn't spare change in the couch, it is survival. In towns like Rock Creek, Tulameen, or Midway, $1,000 is 10 tanks of fuel, and those aren't for pleasure trips. That's the drive to town to work because there's not enough jobs locally. It's taking their child to a medical appointment in Kelowna because there's no specialists that service our area. It's to get groceries from the only store, which might be 50 kilometers away, or to help a neighbor bring feed to livestock because they had crop failure last year. When the tank is empty, the economy stops. Kids don't get to school, farmers can't move equipment, parents miss shifts, seniors cancel appointments. Gas isn't a line item for rural BC, it's the foundation of everything else. Now walk with me through a small town grocery store. Imagine a mother with 2 kids standing in front of the produce section. The apples are $4.99 a bag. The imported applesauce is $1.29 a tin. The milk is nearly $7 a jug, and the boxed cereal is twice what it was last year. She does the math, she calculates the shelf life, and she chooses the cheapest, but not the healthiest. That $1,000 would change her choices. It would mean carrots instead of frozen fries, fresh ground beef instead of another night of noodles, and yogurt and bananas for the lunch kits, maybe even juice boxes for the first time in months. And let's not forget the local producers, orchardists, ranchers, and small farms. When families can afford to buy BC grown, they do. That money supports jobs and keeps BC food on BC tables. So yes, that rebate will help the family, but it would also help the grower down the road who's been barely hanging on, and that's why I support this amendment. Come August, families in Boundaries to Milkameen aren't vacationing, they're budgeting. Back to school costs aren't just pencils and paper anymore. They need scientific calculators, headphones, indoor and outdoor shoes, specific brand name binders, and clothing that's going to fit growing kids. I met a family in Coston last summer who had 3 kids in school. They expected to spend over $600 on supplies, and that didn't include clothing or food for their lunches. $1,000 means that each child has the tools they need to learn. They show up proud, not embarrassed, and they get the same start as everyone else. That's not just economic, that's social inclusion. And beyond school, that rebate helps with a proper winter jacket in Greenwood, where temperatures drop well below freezing, or new running shoes in Karameas, where the gravel roads tear through shoes. Laundry money for a family living in a rental that doesn't have a washer and dryer. These things add up, and without support, families just start cutting corners. That is where this amendment can provide real support to the people of Boundaries and Milkmead. And what happens when there's just a little bit left over? A child in Osoyoos might finally get to join a soccer team. A family in Christina Lake might buy a paddle boat to enjoy some family time. A teenager in Oliver might be able to get a cell phone that provides communication for his family in rural BC. Small moments, but big for mental health, big for confidence, and big for community connection. Because $1,000 doesn't just patch holes, it provides hope. That's what this amendment does, Honourable Speaker. When we talk about affordability, we often focus on bills, groceries, rent, and utilities. And those are important, but true affordability also means the ability to care for your health, maintain your mental well-being, and live a life that feels worth living. Because the cost of doing nothing, of allowing people to slip through the cracks, is far greater. In Karamias, a retired woman in her early 60s was advised by her doctor to exercise more. Her blood pressure was up, arthritis is flaring, and she was feeling socially isolated. But what options did she have? The local rec center charges a monthly fee, walking is hard without proper shoes, and a basic gym pass in Karamias is out of reach when you're choosing between groceries and prescriptions. Now imagine that same woman with $1,000 in her pocket. Her family's pocket. She buys decent runners, a punch pass to the pool this summer and the gym next winter, a reflective jacket so she feels safe walking in the early morning hours. She doesn't just improve her fitness, she reconnects, she makes friends, she gets stronger, she sleeps better, and she doesn't end up in the ER with a fall that could have been prevented. That's what $1,000 can do and why I support this amendment. In Princeton, a teenager struggles with anxiety, social media is overwhelming. School is stressful. They feel disconnected and there's nowhere to go, nothing to do, no outlet. I know, I grew up there. The parents use the rebate to buy a mountain bike. Suddenly, this young person is out exploring the trails, riding with a friend, getting fresh air, and feeling strong. They're not cured, but they're coping. They're outside, they're moving, they're healing, quietly, steadily, and naturally. In Osoyoos, a single parent who works 2 jobs gets a paddleboard on sale and uses it on their day off to take their kids out on the lake. It becomes a new family ritual. They laugh, they unplug, and for a few hours, the stress melts away. That's what $1,000 can do. That's why I support this amendment and hope that the other side of the House chooses to support an amendment that delivers on their promise of $1,000. But let's not underestimate the ripple effect. A gym membership means fewer chronic conditions. A bike means fewer missed days from school. Recreation gear means more outdoor time, better sleep, lower screen time, and improved social skills. These aren't luxuries. They're lifelines, particularly in rural BC, where mental health services are often far away or impossible to access. Let's give people the tools they need before they're in crisis. Let's support wellness, not just emergency response. With this amendment, we can support what $1,000 really buys, mental peace. It's one less night lying awake doing math in your head. It's the ability to breathe when the hydro bill hits because you know you can cover it. It's the freedom to say yes to your child's school field trip instead of dodging the form. It's a birthday dinner out with your partner, something you haven't done in years. It's a gym pass, a pool membership, a new pair of hiking boots that help you reclaim some part of yourself. In rural BC, where support systems are thin and travel is long, these small moments of joy and connection aren't trivial. They are essential. That's why I support this amendment. If we define affordability only by survival, we miss the point. People don't want to just survive. They want to thrive. They want to take care of their health. They want to connect with their kids. They want to enjoy the places they live, the lakes, the trails, the mountains that make rural BC special. They want to be able to say yes, not just maybe or not this time. $1,000 offers them that yes. And when we offer that, we offer hope. Honourable Speaker, I support this amendment because let's talk about stability, the kind that keeps households afloat and communities standing. $1,000 isn't just a money in the bank, it's the difference between managing a setback and spiraling into crisis. That's why I support this amendment. In Beaverdell, a family's only car breaks down. It's 19 years old and well past its best before date, but it's what they've got. With no transit, that car is how they get to work, to school, and to the grocery store. The repair estimate comes back at $960. Without that car, both parents miss shifts. Without shifts, the rent doesn't get paid. Without rent, they face eviction. That $1,000, it keeps the car running, it keeps food on the table, and it keeps 2 people employed and 2 kids in school. Now stretch that story across every town in Boundary-Similkameen. Each one has a different version of it. And it all comes back to this. $1,000 can be the bridge between disruption and disaster, and that's why I support this amendment. In Grand Forks, a small mechanic shop sees dozens of customers each month who defer safety repairs because they don't have the cash to fix their cars. In Oliver, a farm stand owner says people are coming less often and spending less each time. In Karamias, a local cafe had to reduce their hours, not because of staff shortages, but because people don't have any discretionary money to spend. The grocery rebate wouldn't just, the amendment wouldn't just benefit families, it would support every local business where those dollars would land. It's not a handout, it's a stimulus. And unlike top-down economic theory, this is direct, local, and immediate, and that is why I support this amendment. Now let me speak to something I hear again and again in my riding. Seniors are slipping through the cracks. In Bridesville, a senior woman lives on CPP and old age security. She worked hard her entire life, paid into the system, raised her children, volunteered for her community. Now she's choosing between filling her prescriptions or buying her groceries. She uses one space heater instead of turning on her furnace, and she cuts her pills in half to try to make them last longer. This is not how people who built this province should be living. That $1,000 for her household could pay for medications for several months. It could let her turn up the heat during the coldest weeks of January or the air conditioning in the hottest weeks of August. It would allow her to buy fresh fruit without guilt and maybe, just maybe, give her enough money to see her granddaughter graduate. And that's what dignity looks like. And that's what we owe her and why I support this amendment. In Osoyoos, a single dad gets an unexpected dental bill. In Headley, a couple gets hit with a septic tank repair they didn't see coming. In Rock Creek, a family living on one income needs to replace a broken dryer before winter sets in. These aren't dramatic stories. They don't make headlines, but they're daily life in rural BC. $1,000 in those moments isn't just helpful, it's transformational. It means rent still gets paid, groceries still arrive, the credit card doesn't max out, and the family doesn't fall further behind. It's that moment of relief when the other shoe doesn't drop, and why I'm supporting this amendment. And let's not forget that $1,000 doesn't really leave the region. It's spent at the corner store in Tulameen, the butcher shop in Karamias, the pharmacy in Oliver, the clothing store in Osoyoos, the hardware shop in Princeton. Every single transaction sends a signal that we believe in you, we support small business, and we're still here. Because when people spend locally, businesses stay open, jobs stay filled, and communities stay vibrant, and that is why I support this amendment. Honorable Speaker, we often talk about investing in infrastructure, in systems, in policy, but sometimes the best investment we can make is in the people who live there, the ones who fix the roads, teach the kids, prune the vines, and stock the shelves. That's who this rebate was promised to, and that's who this amendment is for. Honorable Speaker, I want to close by grounding this debate in something we don't talk about enough in this chamber: lived experience. We talk about numbers, we debate projections, we quote inflation rates and housing starts. But in towns and villages across Boundary-Similkameen, people aren't talking about those things. They're talking about why the furnace stays off until the house hits 15 degrees, whether they can stretch their groceries until the next check, what bill they can skip this month without losing services, and how they're going to afford registration for their children's sports leagues. These are not hypotheticals. These are real conversations happening right now at kitchen tables across my riding. I suspect across rural BC. It's important to acknowledge that rural residents already start from behind. If you live in Vancouver, you likely have access to transit, walkable grocery options, centralized medical care, after-school programs. If you live in Beaverdale or Tulameen, you've got none of that. No bus routes, no medical service, no licensed childcare options, no 24-hour pharmacy, and convenience stores, not grocery stores. So when the cost of living rises, rural families don't just feel it, they get hit twice as hard. They have farther to travel, fewer services to rely on, and less margin for error. Which is why this $1,000 rebate, this small measure of relief, would have gone farther in rural BC than almost anywhere else. And that is why I continue to support this amendment. I won't stand here and pretend I've lived every hardship. I've worked hard to build a life, and I'm proud of it. But I've also never forgotten where I've come from. I've seen what people in the province go through. I've experienced eating the noodles rather than the vegetables. Or a parent that had to work in remote regions of our country to make ends meet. My dad was in Inuvik and Iqaluit. I've sat at the tables where people share more than just coffee. They share worry and weariness and hope. And I see it in their eyes. They're doing everything right, and it still feels like it's not enough. They're tired of making sacrifices while government makes excuses. Tired of being promised relief, only to watch it vanish in a cloud of bureaucracy and spin. They don't expect miracles, but they expect honesty. And when a government says, we're going to give you $1,000 because we know you're struggling, and then quietly does nothing, that's not just bad politics, it's a betrayal of public trust. Leadership isn't about flashy announcements. It's about follow-through. It's about doing what you said you would do, especially when it's inconvenient. We're here to do what the government failed to do by proposing this amendment. Acknowledge the hardship, honor the promise, and deliver the help. This amendment is more than a line item. It's a gesture of trust restoration for the province of BC. And every member of this House, whether they sit on this side or that, has the chance today to say, yes, I remember that promise, and I believe it should be kept. The people of Boundaries to Milkameen and communities like it across the province deserve more than just nods during campaigns and silence afterwards. They deserve to be heard. They deserve to be supported. They deserve to matter. And if this $1,000 rebate reminds them, even for a moment, that their government hasn't forgotten them, then it's worth every dollar. So today, I ask this House to stand with rural British Columbians, to stand with families, with seniors, with workers who are doing everything right and still struggling to get ahead. Let's do more than acknowledge their struggle. Let's act. Let's give them the $1,000 they were promised. Let's show them what real leadership looks like. And let's honor our word, even when others won't. Let's pass this amendment because in rural BC, that money matters, and so do the people we serve. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Now recognizing the MLA from Salmon Arm Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of Salmon Arm Shuswap to speak in support of the amendment to the motion for second reading of Bill 5, the Budget Measures Implementation Act 2025. This amendment is more than a procedural proposal. It is a matter of principle. It's a matter of rural equity, and it's a matter of keeping one's word. The motion before us reads that Bill number 5 not be read until a second time until the House amends the basic personal income tax credit provided under Section 4.3, parenthesis 1.1 of the Income Tax Act, RSBC 1996, C-215, to increase the basic personal amount to $22,462. Remember that number, because that's significant to a lot of people in this province. Speaker, that number just didn't come out of nowhere. It is the exact threshold required to deliver the $500 in annual income tax savings that this government proposed to every single British Columbian during the last election, a promise that quietly disappeared from the Budget Measures Implementation Act now before us. The amendment we are debating today seeks to do one simple thing: to enshrine the grocery rebate guarantee into law. Not to merely talk about affordability, but to deliver it. Not to announce relief in the abstract, but to legislate it into the tax code. And importantly, to do so in a way that's automatic, universal, and permanent. Not filtered through bureaucratic programs, not hidden in delays, or narrow eligibility. Why does that matter? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to explain why this isn't just a matter of tax code mechanics. It's a matter of basic fairness. It affects real people, real lives in real communities in real time. In every corner of my riding, from Sorrento to Malacqua, from Seymour Arm to Desert Cove in the south, the same refrain is heard. We're doing everything right, but we're falling further and further behind. Imagine a two-parent household in a small rural community. One works in the trades, the other in the service industry, which is a very common practice out in the country. They earn a modest combined income, they pay their bills on time, and they try to save. But with rising food prices, fuel surcharges, mortgage renewals, utility costs, their margin for error has vanished. They just don't qualify for income-attested assistance programs. They're just above the line. But they don't feel middle class, they feel squeezed. A $500 reduction in income tax would mean more than just numbers on a return. It would mean breathing room. It would be a little less anxiety. It might mean being able to register their kids in sports without dipping into credit. It might mean fewer tough choices at the checkout counter. This amendment is good for families like that, not wealthy enough to be comfortable, not poor enough to be eligible, but working hard and asking only for one thing: fairness. Promises and accountability is a really important factor. Let's not forget what was promised. The government made it clear that to a commitment to every British Columbia that a $1,000 grocery rebate for households would be delivered. It was not a suggestion. It was central to their affordability platform. These are direct quotes. People need help now so they can get ahead. A $1,000 tax cut this year, next year, every year. Those were the Premier's own words. And yet here we are. A promise has not been fulfilled. It's not in this budget. It's not in this legislation. And now, without this amendment, it will not be delivered. Speaker, I understand that governments face challenging circumstances, but British Columbians understand something else: the difference between adaptation and abandonment. This amendment is about restoring a promise, not symbolically, not in spirit, but tangibly, through legislative change that every British Columbian can see and feel on their tax return. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in communities across Salmon Arm Shuswap and in rural areas across this province, trust in government has been strained for years. People feel decisions are made in Victoria that don't reflect their lives. They feel forgotten in the rush to address urban challenges. And frankly, they're not wrong. From slow broadband to distant health care, from fuel taxes to carbon rebates they never see, the pattern is clear. Imagine a senior in a remote lakeside village who heats with propane. They live on a fixed pension. Groceries have doubled. The nearest pharmacy may be 45 minutes away. That $500 in tax savings could be the difference between filling the propane tank or waiting for warmer weather. We all hope for warmer weather, of course. They shouldn't have to fight for that relief. If they were promised it, this amendment makes sure they receive it without forms, without special status, without being told, wait for future measures, wait for another day. We understand the cost of real inflation when you live out in the country. Let's talk about the inflationary impacts in rural BC, where they hit the harder and earlier. Imagine a small business owner in a town with one grocery store, one gas station, and of course, there's no transit. Their overhead has gone up. Every delivery they receive now includes a surcharge. Every item they sell, from basic goods to locally produced crafts, has to be priced higher, but their customers cannot afford to pay more. They also are struggling. This is not an isolated hardship. It's structural. People in rural areas are bearing the brunt of global inflation without the tools to navigate it. They don't have multiple transit lines to avoid tax prices. They don't have budget groceries change on every corner, the big mega stores. They don't have density or scale that brings the cost down. The solution? Pretty simple. A universal, efficient, broad-based form of tax relief that reaches everyone, including them. That is exactly what this amendment offers. Why the basic personal amount? Because it's fair. Raising the personal basic amount to $22,462 means that every British Columbia gets to keep more of what they earn without means testing, without strings attached. This particularly is important to the people who fall in that gap between poverty and prosperity. Those who are never eligible for subsidies, but they always feel a pinch. And unlike the one-time rebates, this isn't a temporary fix. It's structural. It's permanent. It provides consistent, predictable relief year after year. Let's look at it from a two-income household perspective. Let's consider a hypothetical household in rural BC. 2 adults working full-time. Perhaps one is a millwright and the other is a support worker. They don't own a big house. They don't go on vacations. They might have one used vehicle and a second-hand truck. Their net family income is around $80,000 a year. They're not poor by traditional measures. By the time they pay their property tax, the hydro, the food, the insurance, and the fuel, there's little left. And when unexpected expenses arrive, like a dental procedure or a home repair, and we've all had those, they go into debt. The amendment would give them back $1,000 a year. That might cover their entire winter heating bill. It may cover school supplies. God forbid, it might actually mean new shoes for the kids or car repairs when it happens. Real costs met with real help. Let's talk about the farmers. Small-scale agriculture is vital in regions like Salmon Arm Shuswap, but as we know, margins are razor thin. Fertilizers prices have risen, feed costs are up, fuel is volatile, yet prices haven't kept pace. A hypothetical small farm with 2 partners working off farm jobs to make ends meet won't qualify for many of the government's targeted affordability supports. They still pay full taxes. They still pay full prices. Just last weekend, I went to the Cheese Fest in Armstrong, and many of these small agriculture producers, they're a mom-and-pop operation. They may have a couple people working for them. They barely get by. They would certainly welcome a $1,000 rebate. It would be put to good use. It may keep those businesses afloat. Every little bit helps. Raising the basic personal amount would allow each partner to retain more of their income, putting money back into the local economy, into equipment maintenance, into payroll for seasonal help. It's relief that respects their independence while recognizing the economic reality. Mr. Speaker, we don't often talk about economic stimulus as though it must be some kind of complex programming, but its simplest and most powerful stimulus is this: letting people keep their own money. What a novel idea. And trusting them to spend it in ways that matter. Another novel idea. When a taxpayer receives $500 in relief, it doesn't go into offshore accounts. It goes into grocery stores, It goes into local businesses. It goes into tools from local hardware suppliers. It goes into meals from local diners down the road. This is a stimulus that stays local. It's not filtered through administration. It doesn't require a government grant writer or a consultant. It just happens quietly, effectively, and immediately. Now, everybody's going to say, well, we have revenue concerns. Well, yes, Mr. Speaker. Raising the basic personal amount has a cost. It reduces government revenue. It does so in the most direct and empowering way possible by giving British Columbians more control over their own budgets. And more important to recognize is that this cost is not only a loss to the economy, it's redistributed. It strengthens household balance sheets. It reduces reliance on credit. It builds local resistance. If we want to be fiscally responsible, we must also be economically smart. And a few things are as smart as helping families to avoid the debt trap by lowering their tax burden, especially when we promise to do so. Some affordability programs introduced in recent years have come with eligibility formulas so complex that even accountants struggle to explain them. Many rural residents, especially seniors and newcomers, don't apply simply because they're unsure how to qualify or how to access any kind of benefit that's available to them. This amendment bypasses that confusion. It delivers the relief through an existing structure, one that already interfaces with every taxpayer. Another crazy idea: no new application process, no rollout delays, no wait-and-see announcements, just simple, honest tax relief. This could be a signal to rural British Columbia. Passing this amendment would send a powerful message to rural residents that their needs matter, that their contributions are respected, that they are not forgotten in a political landscape too, often shaped by urban concerns. Whether it's a student in Sorrento working 2 jobs to cover rent, a tradesperson in Sycamoose trying to save for a down payment, or a retiree in Silver Creek budgeting for propane by the liter. This amendment offers rare, broad, accessible, meaningful help. During the campaign, a couple of my team went to a house, and it was a younger couple. People have misfortunes in life. They had jobs, truck broke down, then they had no jobs. They were waiting for benefits, didn't come. Struggling to put food on the table. All they needed was a little help up. They didn't really qualify for any benefit programs, but the whole reason their car broke down is because they're living paycheck to paycheck. The 2 people that were helping campaign with me, they wanted to go back and help them. And today, we can help them without anybody having to go back there. We can help them by passing this amendment. Because there's more than just that couple. There's many people out there, whether they're seniors, students, struggling young families, newcomers. There's many people that would benefit by what we can do here today, this week, and going forward. The best way to help people is put money in their pocket. Quit taking money from them. If the money doesn't get redistributed through the economy, I probably wouldn't be here today because I'd be living in some paradise resort island. People spend money when they have it. That's good for local economies, and it's good for especially rural local economies. So, in closing, Speaker, we know that politics involves trade-offs, budgets that involve choices, but some choices are clearer than others. This government made a promise that every British Columbian would receive $500 in income tax relief through an increase in the basic personal amount, and they have not delivered. This amendment gives them, it gives us, It gives us all working together collaboratively to make it right, to keep our word, to strengthen trust, to help the very people that ask for support. Let's raise that basic personal amount to $22,462. Let's restore the grocery rebate guarantee. Let's show British Columbians in every region of this great province, every income bracket, that their legislators are listening. Let's not do it with platitudes. Let's do it with legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, one more thing. A little before I close here. Just a little quick rundown. So if you had $100, you're a student. Okay. Here's a grocery haul for a student. They could get a dozen eggs, 1 loaf of bread, a jar of peanut butter. They can get a liter of milk. But if they don't like milk, they can get oat milk. They can get a pack of pasta. They can get a sauce to go with that pasta. They can get a bag of rice. They can get a can of chickpeas. They can get a bag of frozen veggies. They can get a pound of apples or bananas. They can get a block of cheddar cheese. They can get a 5-pack of instant noodles. They can get a 1 pack of ground beef, 1 pound of chicken or beef. They can get yogurt or oats. They can get cereal. And of course, they can get coffee and tea, all for less than $100. I think that would go a long ways for people who are struggling. Another grocery haul, okay? Protein. Let's go with protein. Get a dozen eggs. You can get a ground beef, chickpeas, whole wheat bread, rice, pasta, right? Vegetables, right? Carrots, onions, spinach, lettuce, tomatoes, tuna, salmon, peanut butter, oats, cooking oil. Those are all things, and of course, you can get the spices to go with it, all for less than $100. But it's not just that. Personal care items. People need personal care items as well. For $100, you could stock up on non-basics for a family. Toilet paper, toothpaste, a 2-pack. The toilet paper was a 24-pack. Shampoo and conditioner, laundry detergent, a large jug, dish soap, cleaning spray or disinfectant, feminine hygiene products, diapers for those who have children, baby wipes, all for less than $100. How many people are going out with these items right now? Ask yourself, there's probably people out there struggling who can't afford to buy those items that we all take for granted. This is why this bill should be passed. So in closing, I would say that everybody here today should think long and hard on making sure that we pass this amendment, because it's good for BC, and most of all, it's good for people. It's good for people in our constituencies, and it's just a good thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members. Just another reminder that, of course, we are speaking to the amendment with respect to Bill 5, and while that conversation does have a fairly wide berth, we do want to make sure that we're focused on comments surrounding why Bill 5 should or should not pass, and I'm terribly interested in hearing details about that, so thank you very much. Recognizing the member from Surrey North.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my honor to raise and speak on this amendment to Bill 5. The mention to amend Bill 5 amends the bill to raise the basic personal income tax credit to $22,462. Mr. Speaker, this is so important for everyone, not just the people in my riding, but all of BC. This amendment will save each and every British Columbian $500 a year. That's a lot of money that could help a lot of people. That could that would buy a single person living in Surrey enough grocery for a month. For many, an extra 500 would buy them a tank of gas. For people struggling who are just getting by, just making ends meet, 500 is a lifeline. Half of British Columbians are $200 from not paying their bill. This amendment will help so many people. $500 would help them weather the storm and get them to a place where they can have some hope for the future. That's why this amendment is so important to everyone. People have been left behind and they are scared. They don't know what is going to happen with our economy. They don't know what's going on to happen with their jobs. They don't know what is going on to happen in their homes. If you are a parent today, you worry about paying your bill and keeping your lights on so that your children can feel safe, comfortable, and learn a welcoming environment. These things matter, Mr. Speaker. They are not small points. They matter a lot. They matter to everyone. I will tell you what else matter and why this amendment that provides every British Columbian with $500 a year is so important, and why this government must support this amendment. Because they left British Columbians behind. In the 2024 election, promised a $1,000 grocery rebate. People do not need broken promise. People need help. Here's what the Premier said last year during the provincial election code. People need help now so they can get ahead. John Ruster would make ordinary people wait 18 months to receive any support. That's if you believe him at all. Our tax cut for the middle class supports people now who are struggling with the high cost of grocery and code $1,000 tax cut the year after that, the year after that, and the year after that, end code. I'm on the side of everyone, people and families who just want to end the day a little further ahead than when they started it, end quote. These are the words of the Premier of the province, who was losing an election and needed something to promise to voters. So he threw out a promise to people who were depressed, and people believe him. Who wouldn't? You expect people to follow through on their commitments. The people of British Columbia expected the Premier to follow through, but instead he didn't. He changed his mind after he won the election, and the relief people needed was removed. That's why the amendment must be supported. It gives the lifeline people currently need right now. I talk to seniors in my riding who are scared. They do not know if they will be able to make it when everything costs so much. They choose between food and medication. They choose between medication or heating their house. They choose between heating their homes or putting gas in their cars. They are painful choices. They don't know needs, they do not need to be and supporting this amendment to increase the basic personal amount is a way to show the people that they can trust the Conservative Party of BC to have their backs. Because we do, Mr. Speaker. We have proven with this amendment, and we have proven with our work since the House returned that we care about British Columbians. I am the MLA for Surrey North. Surrey North is a very proud community. I'm very proud to represent my community in this House. These residents matter. They want to succeed and they do not want government to stand in their way. Communities like Bridgeview, St. Helens Park, South Westminster, all across the riding, wants to know their government has their back. This government doesn't, but we do. Mr. Speaker, this amendment helps everyone. We supporting this amendment. A two-income households would save $1,000 each and every year. That might not be a lot of money to the Premier or his ministers who all get pay raise. It might not mean much to the government staff who are hired at high 5- and 6-figure salaries. But you know that to a family struggling in South Surrey, 1,000 is a lot of money. It is a sign of hope and it is a sign of following through something is government doesn't understand. How could they? They killed their grocery debate. The Premier said, quote, people need help now, end quote. They do. They need help right now. Right now, Mr. Speaker, right now, people want to feel hopeful again in BC. And Mr. Speaker, people want to trust their elected officials. This amendment shows them they can trust us. We will fix the broken promise of this government. We will fix the lost hope for the people of this province. We will fix the lost opportunity in this province. People deserve to be awarded for their trust, not punishment. British Columbians have been punished over and over and over again. Enough is enough. Members must support this bill. I hope they will, because I saw them yesterday. They get up on the other side, so it appears they will support this bill. I saw the Premier get up and support this amendment when we voted. I hope that means he feels shame for going back on his promise and will do the right thing and support this support for Surrey families. They want to believe again, Mr. Speaker. Let's show them that they can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Recognizing the member from Langley Willowbrook.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise to speak in strong support of the amendment to Bill 5, the Budgets Measures Implementation Act 2025. This amendment proposes a change that is both practical and urgently needed, providing every British Columbian with a $500 indirect annual tax relief through an increase on the basic personal income tax credit. For a 2-income household, that's $1,000. Back real, tangible relief that doesn't require jumping through hoops or filling out complicated forms. This amendment established a structural change that will show up every year, helping families plan, budget, and breathe. It provides predictability, consistency, and stability. For some, $500 might not seem like much, but for many British Columbians, it's a critical buffer. It's a week of groceries. When prices have been higher, it helps with the heating bills, or put extra towards rent, school supplies, or an emergency that couldn't wait. It can offer peace of mind to anyone who may be financially struggling. This amendment is a chance to bring that hope back for British Columbians. A chance for this House to keep the commitment that was made to the people we serve. Because when government says it's going to do something, especially something as basic as helping with affordability, it has a responsibility to follow through. The problem is based on it directly, magically disappears. And when families are telling us they're $200 away from not making it to the end of the month, we cannot afford delay. Introducing this amendment is about doing the right thing. It's about helping people now in a way that it lasts. And it does something the government has failed to do. It delivers on a promise made to the people of this province. Madam Speaker, we are in an affordable crisis, and it is deepening. Everywhere you look, the cost of living is rising faster than paychecks can keep up. Grocery prices have gone beyond recognition. Gas prices in this province are still kept deeply at the pump. Rent has become unaffordable for many. Mortgage rates have surplused, and far too many families, the dream of owning a home feels further out of reach than ever before. And while all of this is happening, families are being forced to make impossible choices. Mothers are stretching meals to make groceries last another day. Children are feeling the stress their parents carry, even if they don't fully understand what's going on. People are canceling after-school programs, putting off dental appointments, and skipping out on weekend outings because there's nothing left in the budget. These are small, quiet sacrifices that add up to a big, invisible weight on families across the province. During my speech yesterday, I was able to tell about a mother, and I'm going to repeat that a little bit, because it shows when a family, let's say, that has 2 children, and one wants cereal and one wants yogurt, but the mom has to make that decision at the grocery store of which child she gets to please, and the other child doesn't understand why the mom has to make that choice. We're in a difficult time, Madam Speaker. That is why the amendment before us today is so important. It offers a real solution, a practical, lasting adjustment to the tax system that gives people more of what they've already earned. And let's talk about who this helps. It helps workers, people who are showing up every single day, doing their best, juggling between multiple jobs or side hustles just to scrape away. It helps the delivery driver, the grocery store cashier, the warehouse laborer, and the community nurse who are paying more for gas, more for food, more for rent, but seeing no relief. They're just asking for fairness and enough to get by. This amendment helps deliver that. In recent months, many workers in my riding of Langley-Willowbrook have brought that up to me in my office, finding themselves facing challenges as they navigate through tougher economic landscape. The rising costs of living, coupled with standing wages, has created a situation where hardworking individuals and families are feeling the strain. As the prices of essential goods and services continue to climb, many residents are wrestling with tough decisions each day, whether it's choosing between essential expenses such as housing, groceries, or transportation. The pressures are mounting. These struggles are not just statistics. They represent real people, Madam Speaker, dedicated employees, parents striving to provide for their children. Local businesses are also feeling the effects, as fewer customers are being able to spend freely. This creates a ripple effect throughout the community, impacting jobs and services. Many workers are putting in longer hours or taking on additional jobs just to keep their heads above water. But it's clear these effects are not enough for many. Furthermore, the challenges faced by workers are often composed by lack of affordable housing and support services. As Langley continues to grow and evolve, it is essential to address these pressing issues and advocate for solutions that will ease the burden on our workforce. This amendment won't solve all problems, but it will give some relief. It helps our seniors, those who have worked their whole lives helping to build this province and now find themselves unable to keep up with costs they have never planned for. Seniors who can't go out and work overtime to cover that gap. Seniors who are skipping meals, rationalizing heat in the winter, or leaning on food banks. For the first time in their lives, this amendment acknowledges them. It puts a little more money back in their hand, money they've earned and money they deserve to keep. And one of the most pressing issues for seniors I'm hearing in Langley, Willowbrook, is the cost of living, with prices for everything, essential goods and services, including food, health care, and housing. Many seniors are struggling to make ends meet on fixed incomes. The financial strain often means difficult choices between essential needs such as medication and groceries, leading to increased stress and declining well-being. This amendment, even if it's just $500, will help them. Moreover, transportation barriers poses another challenge for seniors who need to access services, healthcare facilities, and social engagements, which is very important for seniors. And most seniors are avoiding engagements or going to different events or going out for dinner, which is very important for their mental wellness. And having that extra $500 will make a difference for them. And making it also very important that they stay connected to their community. With providing some direct tax relief, this can provide some peace of mind. And of course, it helps families, especially those raising young children in an era where everything from formula to fruit costs more. Families that are doing everything right and still feeling like they're falling behind. This amendment won't solve every challenge, but it provides a measure of security. It eases that pressure, and sometimes, Madam Speaker, that's all a family needs to stay on track. As a mother of two, I understand this pressure deeply. I know what it's like to stand in a grocery store calculating what can go back on the shelf because the bill has added up way too fast. As per my husband, I'm banned from going to Costco because he thinks I spend too much every time I go. And, we can use that money to, towards our children's activities. I know what it means to stretch that budget, to make sure your kids have what they need, even if it means going without something you need yourself. Parents across this province are having these quiet moments of sacrifices every single day. They need a government that understands the sacrifices of the people day and does something to change that for people. British Columbians need tax relief that lands in their pockets now, and the most effective way to do that is through this amendment, Madam Speaker. It's a kind of support that meets people where they're at, working hard, raising families, caring for the loved ones, and trying to make ends meet in one of the most expensive places in the country. And Madam Speaker, this proposal should not come as a surprise. In fact, it should sound very familiar because it's what the Premier himself promised British Columbians last fall, over and over again. And in press conferences, on social media, on the campaign trail, he told families struggling with raising prices that help was on the way. He said they should count on a $1,000 grocery rebate, not someday, soon. He told people this was a government that understood their challenges, that their concerns were heard, that their budgets would finally get a break. And that after the election, that promise disappeared, despite many British Columbians relying on that extra bit of support. Madam Speaker, this isn't a minor oversight. This was the centerpiece of their affordability messaging. It was a public commitment made to every family across the province. This amendment we are debating today does more than offer relief. It restores trust in British Columbians. It picks up the thread where the Premier left it hanging and says, if you made a promise to the people of British Columbia, you should keep it. Meanwhile, this government continues to spend with astonishing amounts of money. A $6 billion surplus has become a $14.3 billion deficit. We received 2 credit downgrades in less than a year. And this government's only plan seems to be spend more, deliver less, and sweep its financial mismanagement under the rug. There seems to be extra money for projects, for insiders, for consultants, so why not for hardworking British Columbians just trying to get through the week? People that are working hard every single day, working multiple jobs, hustling on those side hustles just to get through, just to pay their mortgages, just to take their kids on those extra little trips, to pay for their kids' extra activities. It's not what we can't afford this amendment, it's that this government chose not to. When people keep more of their income, they reinvest in their own communities. They support local businesses, they pay for their kids' activities, they fix the car that's been making noise for months, they put food on the table without having to rely on credit or delay other bills. That kind of stability doesn't just help individuals, it creates stronger, more resilient neighborhoods. And when communities thrive, our province thrives. That's that small cafe, the mother that has been running this cafe for 20 plus years in my riding, Madam Speaker, who doesn't know if she can afford to continue on having her business run because of the prices that are rising. She doesn't know if she can pay for the groceries because she's putting all her extra income into her business. So she might have to shut those doors. This might be a relief for her, Madam Speaker. The problem, Madam Speaker, isn't just how much we're spending, it's how little we're growing. Year after year, we've seen a government that taxes more, borrows more, and delivers less. If we want a more resilient, future-facing economy, then we need to empower the very people who drive it, the workers who keep things running, the families raising the next generation, the small business owners struggling to stay afloat, and the younger people just starting out and wondering if they'll ever be able to get ahead. This amendment is about giving them a fair chance, about shifting from top-down spending to bottom. Madam Speaker, this amendment is about respect. Respect for taxpayers who are stretched thin, respect for workers who keep our economy moving, respect for families and seniors who are doing their best to stay afloat, and most of all, respect for the commitments made to the people of this province. We're not asking for a handout. We are asking this government to keep its word, to fulfill the promise made loud and clear during the last campaign, a promise that meant something to the people who heard it. It was said over and over by the Premier that he was there for the people. He understood they were struggling. He understood the need. He understood that the relief of the $1,000 rebate was needed now, not in 18 months, now. And a promise that gave people hope that real relief was coming, that hope was on its way, but then disappeared. This amendment delivers to that promise in a way that is fair, fast, and permanent. It doesn't force families to jump through hoops or fill out complicated paperwork. It's simple, an adjustment, the basic personal exemption so that British Columbians can keep more of what they earn starting now, starting today. This isn't about politics. It's about the people of this province, Madam Speaker, and the responsibility of the government to deliver on its promise. Because if we, as elected officials, say we are here to serve the people, then we must prove it, especially when it matters most, especially when people are struggling today. This amendment gives every member of this House a clear opportunity to just do that. In closing, Madam Speaker, I urge you all to please support this amendment on the other side of the House like you all did yesterday. Deliver the rebate to the people of British Columbians, to the hardworking individuals that are building up this province. honor the promise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Families in British Columbia are reeling. I don't know about you, but every time I go and fill up my tank with gas or go to the grocery store to buy groceries, I am shocked. It seems to be higher than it was the previous day or the previous week. Do you remember when you can go get a bag of groceries for $5, then $10, then $20? I think we're up around $50 or $60 now for basics for families. I just don't know how young people can do it anymore. Now this is, that's not just a political talking point, it's a stark daily reality for countless of British Columbians in every corner of this province. Whether you live in the Lower Mainland, the interior, the north, or on the island, the story is the same. The cost of living is rising faster than people can keep up. I just read a headline today, but the fastest inflation is going to be with food prices, up about 3 to 5% this next year. Families can look forward to paying an extra $800 for groceries next year. Soaring grocery prices, surging rents, and shrinking paychecks are leaving families with less and less at the end of the month. It's not a matter of budgeting better, it's a matter of not having enough to begin with. We've heard the number of times and times again, but they remain deeply troubling. Almost 50% of people in BC are only $200 away from being unable to pay their bills. That's half our population living on the financial edge. Nearly 3/4 of British Columbia have cut back on spending or delayed major purchase, not because they want to, but because they have to. Families are hunkering down, sacrificing long-term plans, and making incredibly difficult choices just to stay afloat in the area of economic uncertainty. And perhaps most alarming of all, and you've heard this stat before, 1 in 2 of our young people are considering leaving this province entirely. They just can't afford to live here anymore. They don't see a future. They're giving up on the dream of building a life in their own communities because housing prices are now the highest in Canada. And not only that, but this government now is imposing another hydro rate increase, this time by another 7.5% over the next 2 years. It just never stops. This isn't just about economics anymore. It's also about trust. A recent headline captured the growing sentiment perfectly. Confidence in government crashes as Canadians feel left behind. Public trust in political leadership is plummeting to new depths, and it's not hard to see why. Poll after poll suggests that the biggest issue isn't just policy failure, it's behavior. It's a growing sense that politicians are out of touch with everyday realities, and they're not listening, they're not responding, and not doing enough to earn the trust of the people, of the very people that they represent. People aren't just frustrated, they're losing faith, and that should alarm every single one of us in this chamber. Those of us in this legislature work hard. We need to work hard to regain the confidence of the public. We know that trust is not given, it is earned. And right now, after years of rising costs, broken promises, and political inaction, that trust is so fragile. That's why this amendment to Bill 5 is so important. This will go a long way to hopefully rebuilding the trust that we have lost. Supporting this amendment is an opportunity to start rebuilding that trust in a very meaningful way. It's a chance to show British Columbians that we hear them and we understand the pressure they're under and that we are ready to act in their best interest. This amendment isn't just about numbers on a tax form. It's about sending a message to the people of this province, giving them hope again, and that their government is on their side to help them through this difficult time. Rebuilding credibility doesn't happen overnight. It takes consistent, compassionate, and thoughtful decision-making, especially in times of crisis. And believe me, we've been hearing about it over and over again, what a crisis we are in. And there's no doubt about it with the tariffs that may come in. That's not going to help the situation either. But interest rates and all those things are not helping our young people either. So this is one of those moments by everyone in this House supporting this amendment, we begin to shift the narrative, not just with words, but the most important thing, and that is action. What do they say? Put your money where your mouth is. We demonstrate that we are capable of setting aside partisan differences to what is right for the families who are struggling to make ends meet. Those families that we went out and campaigned with and made promises about changing things in this province, we need to do it now. I truly hope this government will rise to the occasion and show the compassion that the people of this province so desperately need in these times. British Columbians are watching, and they're hoping that someone in this chamber will stand up and fight for them. Well, I know this side of the House is. That's why we presented this amendment. We're here to fight for the people of British Columbia. I'm hoping we can get the same reaction on the other side of the House, Madam Speaker. Let's not miss this moment. Our constituents aren't asking for luxury. They're asking for the basics. They want to afford a roof over their head, food on their table, and heat in their homes. These are fundamental needs that should be met in a province as resilient and resource-rich as British Columbia. And yet, more and more families have to make impossible choices. When working families, seniors, students, and vulnerable individuals are feeling the pinch, it's a clear sign that our system has failed. But not only the system, we're part of the system. We're failing the people of British Columbia. British Columbians are carrying some of the highest per capita consumer debt in the entire country. In fact, a recent study by Savvy New Canadians found that Vancouver tops the list, holding the highest per capita consumer debt of any city in Canada. Now, that's not a badge of honor. It's a red flag, and it begs the question, why is this happening? The answer is simple and deeply concerning. You probably know them. Many British Columbians are being forced to rely on credit cards and lines of credit just to cover the basic necessities of life. Shameful in a province like British Columbia. Basic necessities like food and gas and housing and utilities. I don't see boats or Mercedes-Benz on that list. The basic necessities, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got to change what we're doing. For far too many families, debt has become a survival tool, not a financial strategy. People aren't taking on debt to fund extravagant lifestyles. They're doing it because their incomes aren't keeping pace with the rising cost of living. And at the end of the day, government is one of the biggest problems with inflation. We borrow too much, we print too much money in the system is what causes the inflation. So we need to change the system. When the essentials of daily life are out of reach without borrowing, something is seriously broken in the economic framework of our province. This amendment will go a long way to helping those people to deal with some of the issues. $500 may not be much for you and me at this particular point in our lives, but it is for those families and those people that are trying to make ends meet. Madam Speaker, that's why I rise in the House today to speak in support of the amendment that will amend Bill 5 and offer real and immediate relief to British Columbians by putting money back into the pockets of those who really need it. This amendment offers a clear and practical solution to help ease the financial burden so many British Columbians are facing. It proposes an increase of the basic personal exemption amount that individuals can claim on their income tax. In simple terms, this change would result in a $500 tax cut for every hardworking, stretched-thin members of our community. For a household with two incomes, that adds up to $1,000 in real, tangible savings. Excuse me. Every single year, that will be in place, and they'll get that savings every single year. That's a car payment. That's 2 weeks' worth of groceries. That's enough to breathe. And that's all they're asking. They want a little bit of room, a little bit of wiggle room to help them over the coming year. It's not just a one-time check that disappears in a flash. This is a permanent relief built into the tax code, locked in year after year, as I've said. This is a permanent adjustment that would provide ongoing relief to families across the province, helping them keep more of their hard-earned money where it belongs, in their pockets. Recently, I had a thought here, and personal exemptions are great. And in 2002, I don't know if you know this, but the low-income measure, poverty level basically, was $28,514 for a single household, a single-person household. That was in 2002. With inflation, we're probably up or closer to $30,000 now, but let's leave it alone at that. This amendment will bring the personal exemption just over $22,000. Still $6,000 short of what people think is the poverty level, or believe the poverty level is in British Columbia. So even though this amendment is changing personal exemption, it still isn't high enough. People are still struggling. We should be looking at moving that personal exemption even higher. I personally support this amendment because it offers predictability, stability, and fairness. It locks in tax relief in a way that's long overdue. For too long, the personal exemption amount has remained stagnant, while the cost of living has surged. It's simply what hasn't kept pace with the realities British Columbians are living with today. We live in the highest tax jurisdiction in Canada, and yet the measure on household budgets continues to mount. Sorry, the pressure on household budgets continues to mount. This amendment is a step towards rebalancing that equation. It's not just about cutting taxes, it's about restoring fairness and helping people breathe a little easier, and acknowledging that government has a responsibility to its citizens to ease the load, not add to it. We do that enough every day in this House. We need to help ease the burden of our citizens. So let me be very clear. This is not a tax giveaway to the wealthy. This is not a gimmick. This is not a handout. This is responsible, targeted tax relief for working families who are being crushed by the cost of living in this province. This is about everyday working people who are the backbone of our province. This is about the communities who are in our communities and a part of our strong economy. It's about the grocery clerk who takes public transit to her evening shift. It's about the plumber who just started out trying to cover his rent in Surrey. It's about the single parent in Merritt working 2 jobs and still falling behind. Madam Speaker, the other day I rose to speak on Bill 4, and I said clearly that this side of the House is ready and willing to work with the government to do what is right for British Columbia. That wasn't just rhetoric from my side. It was a commitment, and today we are standing by that commitment. We are once again showing that we are here in good faith with genuine intentions and a real desire to collaborate for the benefit of the people we serve. Our hand is still out. We're ready to work with you when you're ready. This isn't about scoring political points either. I think that may have been done during the election campaign. It's about responding to the urgent needs of families who are struggling. This side of the House is extending a hand of cooperation because we believe that when people are hurting, the responsibility to act transcends party lines. We are putting forward a practical, concrete solution, one that directly addresses affordability and aligns with the very province made by the Premier himself. We're not just criticizing, we want to contribute. It's very important for us to do that. We are offering a path forward that is both compassionate and fiscally responsible. The question now is whether the government will take that hand, rise to the occasion, and follow through on the commitments made to the people of British Columbia, the people that they're here to serve. Last year, the Premier promised families a $1,000 annual grocery rebate. Some have suggested it was a blatant bribe. Water on the bridge for me, doesn't matter at this point. But after the election, That promise has quietly disappeared. Remember the commitment I made earlier? Confidence in government crashes as Canadians feel left behind. This bill will help rectify that broken promise. It brings back the grocery rebate, but this time through reduced income taxes, not one-time checks. It provides certainty, it provides consistency, and it helps now, not in 18 months, not in the next election cycle or the next campaign cycle. Now it is a genuine reform to our tax system, one that ensures British Columbians keep more of their money without having to apply for it, wait for it, or wonder if it's going to be clawed back again. It is cleaner, it is more efficient, and much more respectful to the people we serve in this great province. Just a few months ago, the Premier stood before British Columbians and said, people need help now so they can get ahead. I don't even think it's a matter of getting ahead. It's a matter of trying to catch up with what's been going on in this province with inflation and the cost of living. I don't even think they're trying to get ahead. They're just trying to catch up. He made it very clear that relief shouldn't be delayed. That action must be taken immediately to support families across this province. Or you know what? We're going to have more families leave this province. As I mentioned earlier, 1 in 2 young people want to leave this province. I don't want any more of my children leaving. I don't think any of you want any of your children leaving this wonderful province either. We need them here to continue to build this province, to strengthen this province. He made it clear that relief shouldn't be delayed, that action must be taken immediately to support families across this province. He also said, and I quote, $1,000 tax cut the year after that, the year after that, and the year after that. Well, this amendment will help the Premier fulfill his promise to the citizens of this province. Let's build the trust with the people again, and let's get this done. That's not vague, that's not aspirational. That's a clear and measurable promise to the people of British Columbia. And today, Madam Speaker, we are putting forward this amendment that can fulfill that very province, and we can grasp hands and work together and show the people of British Columbia that we're prepared to do things that need to be done for them. If this government is willing to work with us, if they are serious about their commitment, then this amendment delivers exactly what the Premier pledged, real, lasting relief for every citizen and every family in this province. Let's not forget what else the Premier said. Under our plan, families will get more support and you'll get it right away. Well, so far it's been about 6 or 7 months, 6 months, they haven't got it yet. But you know what? Under our plan, bringing this amendment in as quickly as we can get this money, get that working for them as quickly as we can, especially when you change the personal exemption amount. That can happen almost within months, so we can get this working for them. So these are not words buried in a policy document. They were front and center in this message to the public. And now, Madam Speaker, we are offering that support right here, right now. This amendment provides that relief. It offers families the $1,000 tax cut, not as a temporary one-time gesture, as we said, but as a permanent change that puts money back in the pockets year after year. So I say directly to the Premier and to his government, keep your word. Stand behind the promises you made. Support this bill. Yes, it's going to take some courage on your part, but I challenge you to stand when we stand and say aye to this bill, that I'm hoping that you will be there with us. Support this bill, stop pushing help down the road and start delivering it today. British Columbians are watching. They lack trust in government. This is a time to get together, hand in hand, and do what's right for this province. And they deserve action, not tomorrow, not in the next budget cycle, as I said, but today. Because we all know the reality outside these walls, and I've spoken a bit about it. It's impossible to ignore. Every one of us, if we're paying attention, has heard the same stories from our constituents, our neighbors, our friends. People are skipping meals so their kids can eat. Seniors are stretching a single can of soup into 2 meals. Parents are working 2, sometimes 3 jobs, not for the luxuries, but just to make rent, buy groceries, and cover the basics. The dream of stability, of building a life with some sense of security, feels further out of reach than ever before for so many British Columbians. Groceries have never been more expensive. You can walk into a store with $100 and leave with only a few bags of the essentials. According to the latest forecast, food price inflation is expected to rise between 3 to 5% in 2025. For a family of four, that's an increase of $800 just for the food. So even if we pass this and get this amendment in, that amendment's just going to cover the increase in cost of the food that they're going to have to pay for this next year. So there is no luxuries. They're barely keeping up. Not for vacations, not for savings or extracurriculars for the kids, just food. That number is staggering when you consider how many families are already living paycheck to paycheck. And for some, there's no paycheck at all. This amendment, with its modest tax relief, would come close to offsetting that increase in food costs. It won't solve everything, but for many households, it could be the difference between making it to the end of the month or falling short again. It could mean keeping the lights on without fear of a late notice. It could mean affording gas to get to work, or a little extra breathing room for unexpected expenses, like a child's medication or a broken appliance. Let's be honest, families are tired. They're not just stretched financially, they're stretched emotionally, mentally, and physically. Many are at the breaking point, and more than anything, they are asking us for one thing, helping us to catch our breath. That's all they ask. Give us a little room to breathe, a moment of relief that might feel a little satisfying. So I ask the members of this House, plainly and directly, once more, and from the heart, if not now, then when? If we can't come together to offer relief during a time of economic hardship, rising inequality, and growing discontent, then what exactly are we doing here? Our job is not to just debate policy, it's to improve lives. And in this moment, that means choosing compassion over delay, action over another excuse. Supporting this amendment is a chance to do just that, to say loud and clear that we are listening, we care, and we are prepared to act. This bill is a chance to unite around a common cause, relief for British Columbians, not partisan spin, not empty slogans, not practicable, but measurable help that people will feel in their wallets in every single month. I urge all members, especially those across the aisle again, to remember the words you've said, remember the promises you made, and remember the people counting on us to act. I am on the side of every person and families who just want to end a day a little further ahead. Well, we've already talked about that. I don't know if this is going to get them ahead, but it's going to get them close to maybe breaking even for a change. And those were the Premier's words in the last election. I like to think that those were not the words of a hollow promise. The public has spoken. They are asking for action. They are asking for relief. And we have the power to deliver it together. By passing this amendment, we have the opportunity to make a small yet meaningful difference in the lives of British Columbians. It's not about grand gesturing or lofty promises. It's about showing the people that we work with unity, that we are capable of making decisions that directly improve the lives, and we understand that. You know, one of the things I heard on the campaign trail a lot as well when I was out there, when are you going to work together and not work separately? I heard that so many times. Can you get in that house and help make the house work together rather than the vicious partisanship that we see so many times in this House? Let's pass this amendment and demonstrate in no uncertain terms that we are on the side of the people and not the political side. You know what? It is going to take some courage to do this. There's going to take some rearrangements. It's like a family budget. Something comes in, something goes out. You have to take the time and sit down and work the budget. We're prepared to work with you on that. Let's do it, though, and let's get this done. This is our chance to show that we can do better, to show that we can be better. For all these reasons, I am in full support of this amendment, and I hope you are too across the House. I believe it is a step in the right direction, concrete and immediate way to provide the support our communities so desperately need. And I urge all members of this House to seize this opportunity to set aside the usual barriers of partisanship and come together in a spirit of cooperation and compassion. Remember that word, compassion? This is not about one party or one person. It's about the people of British Columbia. It's about giving them the help they deserve, the relief that they have been asking for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Members, I've been listening carefully and feel as though comments have strayed from the reasoned amendment to the second reading of Bill 5. The debate this afternoon is not a general debate on affordability. The debate is on the amendment to delay the implementation of Bill 5, the Budget Measures Implementation Act 2025. The effect of the amendment is to effectively reject the bill, and the amendment puts forward a particular tax change. So I encourage members to address remarks not to the past election campaign or general affordability comments. Address the bill before the House and the proposed amendment to delay the bill. Recognizing the member from Skeena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to talk about this amendment because I rose yesterday in the evening and I was speaking to Bill 5. One of the things that I said when I spoke to Bill 5 last night was that British Columbians didn't vote for this. They didn't vote for that bill. This amendment actually corrects that. It corrects one thing that they truly did vote for and wasn't delivered on. A $1,000 grocery rebate was promised, and this amendment is going to actually put that in place. It's in a slightly different form. It's coming through the form of tax relief. It's going to change the personal exemption on income taxes, and it's going to ensure that every single British Columbian is going to be able to save an extra $500 a year on their taxes. And it'll do it in perpetuity. And that's important because the cost of living keeps rising and British Columbians deserve some relief. It was a promise that was made by the Premier that every single person that sits across the aisle from me campaigned on, and they campaigned on it heavily. And although their victory might have been narrow, it likely was framed around that promise. So the reason that we brought forward this amendment is because British Columbians do deserve some help right now. They do deserve a break. It's not to be a handout, it's tax relief, something that Bill 5 was sorely missing, and that's why this is an amendment to Bill 5, to ensure that the cost of living crisis is actually being addressed in that bill. It was not, this would address it. I want to talk a little bit about why tax relief is important, why this tax relief is important right now for the people in my riding and the people all throughout this province that are struggling right now, because there are many of them. I want to talk about one gentleman in my riding that has a disability. He has a permanent brain injury, and he lives in some of the very rare subsidized housing in my riding that's run through BC Housing. And his rent increased recently 36%, and now he's facing eviction. He has a $17,000 a year income, which isn't cutting it. This extra $500 a year could be the difference for that man between having to be evicted from his home and being able to stay there. And that's incredibly significant. That makes a big difference in the lives of these people. I think about another man that's on dialysis treatment in my riding that has to take a public bus between Kitimat and Terrace to be able to receive his dialysis treatment. He has to do that multiple times a week. He has a car, his wife could drive him, but they can't afford the gas. It's too expensive. Being able to afford gas is a very important part of living in the North. This money could make that difference. This money could ensure that this man is able to be driven to and from the hospital with his wife so that he can recover from his dialysis treatments with a little bit of dignity, rather than having to take a public bus system an hour either way when the weather is poor which is very frequent in my riding. There's so many stories, so many people that could really use this money and why we need to support this amendment. Another person that I'm thinking about right now is another elderly woman this time, a senior in my riding. Her and her husband have significant health challenges. Her husband is completely disabled. She has significant and complex health challenges. And recently, her disability check was canceled in December without notice. It took my office and I over a month to be able to figure out what was going on and get her check so that she could afford basics like groceries and heat. They went through significant financial hardship during this time. And at the very least, if this government isn't able to provide people in this province with those basics when they live with a disability and make sure that they get their disability, because it turned out to be a very simple clerical error of some missing paperwork, then the least they could do is provide them with some tax relief. That's a bare minimum. That would be $1,000 a year for that couple. That could make a really big difference. They went a month without eating properly and without having heat in their home.
Noting the hour, member.
Noting the hour, I reserve my right to continue.
And adjourn the
Adjournment
debate.
of the debate.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader? No. Oh, sorry. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 7 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stand adjourned until, let me get the right date here, until 10 o'clock Monday, April 28th. Perfect.